In Su Dai didn't want to bid so early, because she really wanted this Dragon Striker whip. She had never owned an origin-grade mid-rank artifact, and with the opening of the Flowing Flame Sand field approaching, and knowing what dangers she would encounter inside, such an artifact would increase her own security significantly. But this damn Chu Chang Feng had actually pulled her directly into this maelstrom, annoying In Su Dai to no end. Even if she didn't want to bid, she had to now. Although Colored Glass Sect wasn't as powerful as Heaven Battling Union, it still had the financial ability to buy an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. There was no need for Chu Chang Feng to put on such a pretentious act and ruin her and her sect's reputation. When In Su Dai made a bid, everyone understood what she was thinking. She clearly wasn't willing to accept Chu Chang Feng's affection. For a time, many people directed meaningful looks towards the private room of Heaven Battling Union, all of them taking pleasure in his misfortune. Chu Chang Feng, however, wasn't bothered by this and simply declared, "Since junior sister Yin wants to bid herself, this Chu will withdraw. More than anything else, I hope junior sister Yin can win this treasure, so I ask everyone else to show some consideration. Junior sister Yin rarely bids on anything. I don't want her to be disappointed." Although he spoke in a light, almost half-hearted tone, his mix of eloquent and threatening words made many people unhappy. But no matter how unhappy they were, no one dared say anything. After all, the only forces comparable to Heaven Battling Union on Shadowed Star were Thunder Typhoon Sect and Star Emperor Sect. Sure enough, after Chu Chang Feng finished speaking, the auction hall fell silent and the price failed to rise any further. Even Fang Tianzhong, who would always oppose him, didn't say a word. In the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, the beautiful young woman looked at Dragon Striker Whip with some clear yearning. Chen Tong glanced over at her and asked, "Shenner, do you want this artifact?" The beautiful young woman called Shenner blinked before shaking her head and replying, "Shenner does not want it." "You really don't want it?" Chen Tong asked once more. "If you want it, we'll bid for it now." The young woman just smiled lightly. "It's true, master. If it was just an ordinary origin-grade mid-rank whip, I would still want it, but the poison spike at its tip is too sinister. Shenner does not want it." The brave and heroic youth who had never spoken grinned and said proudly, "Junior sister Shenner is kind-hearted. When she encounters small, injured animals, she will insist on bringing them back to treat them. The poisonous spike on this whip does not conform to junior sister's way. I most like this about junior sister Shenner." Listening to the young man so boldly speak such words in front of so many people, the pretty young woman couldn't help blushing brightly. Chen Tong sighed softly as he glanced over at the young woman with some slight guilt. How could he not know his disciple was just making an excuse? The poison spike at the tip of the whip was indeed somewhat malicious, but wouldn't it be fine to simply not use it? His disciple speaking so was simply because she didn't want Shadow Moon Hall to offend Colored Glass Sect and Heaven Battling Union. After all, once In Su Dai started bidding, it was clear Chu Chang Feng was trying to help her. These two juniors playing this game wasn't even placed in Chen Tong's eyes. He believed that even if he bid for this long whip himself, it wouldn't be considered an offense by Colored Glass Sect and Heaven Battling Union. But what if by spending St. Crystals now, he wound up not having enough for the true final item? It was precisely because Chen Tong knew of the preciousness of the last item that during this time's Treasure Trove Pavilion auction, Shadow Moon Hall had never bid on anything. He was saving all his resources for the final fight. His disciple consideration made Chen Tong feel both warm and bitter. He was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. Since when did he need to hesitate so much over buying an artifact for his disciple? Just as Chen Tong was struggling with himself, the brave and heroic young man suddenly shouted, 3.5 million! When this price was called, the silent auction hall filled with noise again. I told you it was impossible for an origin-grade mid-rank artifact to sell for just 3.2 million. Someone finally increased the price. Who has so much courage? Isn't he afraid of being targeted by Chu Changfeng? That bid also came from one of the A-block private rooms. He must be from a great force that doesn't need to worry about such things. It came from the private room of Shadow Moon Hall. I remember Elder Chen Tong Elder's voice coming inside a while ago. The one who made the bid was Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciple, Wei Guchang. His personal strength isn't lower than Fang Tianzhong or Chu Changfeng's. It's him. Then he must be bidding on it for Dong Xianer. I heard that those two grew up together and had long been secretly in love with one another. I wonder if that's true. Inside Shadow Moon Hall's private room, Dong Xianer looked over at Wei Guchang in surprise, as if she hadn't expected him to suddenly make a bid. Wei Guchang let out a confident laugh. If you want it, we'll compete for it. There's no need to care about what others think. With that said, he turned to Qian Tong and asked, Elder Qian, can I take responsibility for these St. Crystals? Qian Tong smiled slightly and nodded. Go ahead. His heart truly felt more comfortable hearing this. Dong Xianer was his disciple, and although Wei Guchang had no master-disciple status with him, for so many years, Qian Tong had been teaching him to cultivate, so their relationship was no different from a true master and disciple. Both of these two youths had excellent aptitude, and Qian Tong deeply felt that if they had not been born on Shadowed Star, but somewhere in the outside world, they would definitely have even greater achievements in the future. What Qian Tong was most satisfied with Wei Guchang about, though, was that he always looked after Dong Xianer, like an older brother who wanted to protect and spoil her in every possible way. He was also able to push Dong Xianer forward, as she was normally quite a shy and quiet girl, lacking all the usual shortcomings star disciples of other great forces possessed. These two were without a doubt the best disciples in Shadow Moon Hall's younger generation, and were regarded by Qian Tong as the sect's greatest hope for the future. Now that Wei Guchang was participating in the auction on Dong Xianer's behalf, Qian Tong would naturally support him. 4 million. From the private room of Colored Glass Sect, Yin Su-Dai's voice called out again. Although her tone was flat, Yin Su-Dai was secretly gritted her teeth. If Wei Guchang hadn't made a bid, she might have been able to buy the Dragon Striker whip for just 3.2 million. But with him suddenly jumping out and bidding, the price had instantly risen greatly. This was tantamount to spending money unnecessarily. Atop the high platform, Yen Pei stood calmly, like an unmoving mountain, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint sneer for just a moment before such an expression disappeared. An origin-grade mid-rank artifact for just 3 or 4 million St. Crystals. Pure nonsense. If this old master doesn't pull at least 10 million today, he won't be worthy of his name as chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Even if Wei Guchang hadn't pushed the price higher, someone else would have. So old black-face Yen Pei wasn't the slightest bit worried this Dragon Striker whip would sell at a low price. For 0.2 million. In the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang raised the price again without hesitation. For 0.5 million. Yin Su-Dai also bid, and although her voice was still soft and pleasant to the ear, she spoke with noticeably more force and speed. Wei Guchang was just about to raise prices again, when Qian Tong suddenly shook his head and said, Don't. Wei Guchang looked at Qian Tong and asked in confusion, May I ask why? This Dragon Striker whip isn't something that can be bought for so few million St. Crystals. Indeed, but if we win it, we will lose the qualification to bid on the last item, and do you think that the Yen Pei is a vegetarian? He can bleed Colored Glass Sect dry without our help. There are more items to be auctioned? Wei Guchang was startled, and Dong Xianer asked, Didn't Senior Yen just say that this was the auction's finale? Can't there be 2 items in the finale? Qian Tong grinned meaningfully before turning to Wei Guchang. Xianer already understands your intentions. That is enough. There's no need to bid again. I understand. Wei Guchang wasn't like Chu Changfeng, who carelessly chased after beauties. With Qian Tong saying so, he immediately understood and no longer tried to raise the price. When Wei Guchang stopped bidding, everyone felt somewhat disappointed that he had withdrawn from the competition. Old black-face Yen Pei rolled his eyes as he glanced over at Shadow Moon Hall's private room, grinning as he muttered under his breath, Old fart? Still as cunning as ever. He seemed to know that Qian Tong was like him, not someone easy to handle. One of them had leaked out news of special treasures appearing to maximize their benefits in the auction, while the other had massively increased the fee to use Heavenly Fate City's space array in order to collect more St. Crystals in preparation for the upcoming fight. Both of them forced the various great forces into many grievances while simultaneously giving them nowhere to complain about them. Glancing around the auction hall, there were only some scattered discussions with no one in the private rooms showing any intention to bid. Yan Pei was secretly annoyed and was preparing to signal one of the black hands he had arranged in the hall to raise the price of the Dragon Striker whip when someone finally called out, "Pardon my offense, for 0.6 million. This voice came from one of the B-block private rooms. No one knew who he was apologizing to, In Su Dai or Chu Changfeng, but by doing so his momentum was already quite depressed. The person in this private room was probably very interested in bidding for the Dragon Striker whip but was somewhat uneasy as well. Therefore, he first showed deference in the hopes that others wouldn't look to settle accounts with him afterwards. Sure enough, as soon as this bid was made, Chu Changfeng's cold snort from the private room of Heaven Battling Union echoed, the threatening tone extremely obvious for all to hear. Although he was discontented with Wei Guchang suddenly participating in the auction just now, Chu Changfeng didn't raise any objections. After all, Shadow Moon Hall wasn't weak and Wei Guchang was also bidding for Dong Shener, so it was a reasonable competition, but now, someone from the B block wanted to join in, an act akin to questioning his prestige, naturally annoying Chu Changfeng to no end. He had clearly said that junior sister Yin wanted this Dragon Striker whip and politely asked others to show due respect for her feelings. Yet now there were so many people without eyes who were stirring up trouble. Just Chu Changfeng wanted to say a few words to demonstrate his authority. Yin Sudai's somewhat angry voice called out from colored glass sex room, 5 million. From this display, Yin Sudai was making it know she was determined to win this Dragon Striker whip. She hadn't bid for the other origin grade low-rank artifacts that appeared before, so it was impossible for her to back down now. As soon as the price of 5 million was called, no more sound came from that B-block private room. It wasn't known if this person had run out of St. Crystals or had been frightened into submission by Chu Changfeng's threat. However, it was more likely the latter. The auction hall once again fell silent after the price of 5 million was called. No one trying to increase the price. Inside private room C13 though, Yang Kai frowned deeply, thinking it over for a moment as his expression flickered back and forth before he suddenly shouted out a shocking price. 6 million! The Dragon Striker whips auction has been relatively calm so far, and although the price was indeed rising, everyone's bid had been incremental and sensible. But Yang Kai had actually sent out a bid of 6 million, a million more than Yin Sudai's previous offer. The audience went into an uproar again. Atop the auction stage, the beautiful woman who had previously been hosting the auction shot a questioning glance towards old Yan Pei. She thought that this was all arranged by this old black face. But a reckless bid wasn't very professional and would easily draw suspicion. However, Yan Pei actually shook his head slightly, indicating that the bidder he had arranged was not in that private room, causing the beautiful woman a certain degree of surprise. In room C13, when Yang Kai shouted the sky-high price of 6 million St. Crystals, Wu Yi and Yang Yen both covered their mouths and stared at him in shock, wondering what he was trying to do. That was 6 million St. Crystals. If this bid were to win the Dragon Striker whip, wouldn't there be no place for them to cry? Yang Kai simply showed a look of absolute confidence. He firmly believed that the price of the Dragon Striker whip would be higher than 6 million. After participating in this auction, Yang Kai had gained a general understanding of the values of artifacts of different grades, and this estimation of his was very different from his initial expectations. Originally he had thought that an origin-grade low-rank artifact could sell for between 2 and 300,000, while a mid-rank artifact would sell for around 1 million. But the twin daggers refined by Yang Yen had actually sold for the shocking price of 2.1 million St. Crystals. The Dragon Striker whip was a genuine origin-grade mid-rank artifact, so how could it sell for just a few million St. Crystals? 10 million was far more likely. If it weren't for Chu Changfeng's previous remarks, this Dragon Striker whip would surely have countless people bidding for it and the price would have already soared the heavens. But because of Chu Changfeng's veiled threats, very few people were willing to bid for fear of offending him and Yin Sudai of Colored Glass Sect. Yang Kai didn't have the slightest good impression of Chu Changfeng, and he has no friendship with Yin Sudai, so naturally he wouldn't allow his items to be sold at such a low price. Since no one was willing to bid, he just had to raise the price himself. At worst, he would rather buy back the Dragon Striker whip than let others take advantage of it. Humph. This friend seems to like showing off. But can you even take out 6 million St. Crystals? The cold voice of Chu Changfeng called out from his private room, obviously thinking Yang Kai didn't have that many St. Crystals. What business of yours is it if he can take out that many St. Crystals or not? If he can't, Treasure Trove Pavilion will handle him. If you want to bid, just bid. Quit spouting nonsense, Fang Tianzhong said. Brother Fang, what business of yours is this? Do you just want to run your mouth? Chu Changfeng's voice became even colder. Normally he and Fang Tianzhong would trade taunts back and forth, but at this time he was feeling like his face was being spit at, driving Chu Changfeng to the limits of his patience. I just can't get used to some people putting on airs. Two juniors, mind what you say. If you dare to show improper decorum again, you will be expelled from Treasure Trove Pavilion and never allowed to participate in our auctions again. Yen Pei coldly snorted. With old Yen Pei's word, they dared not go overboard again. Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong both admitted their wrong and apologizing immediately. Yen Pei nodded lightly before saying in a strong voice, the guest from room C13 bids 6 million St. Crystals. Is there any higher offer? 6.5 million. Chu Changfeng immediately increased the price. Before Yang Kai could open his mouth, Fang Tianzhong's voice came out, 7 million. Not waiting for Chu Changfeng to bid again, Yang Kai ruthlessly called, 8 million. Ha ha ha. I can't let you younglings take all the fame. This old master will bid 8.5 million. Chen Tong laughed and shouted. Yang Kai gawked, but after thinking about it for a moment, he smiled slightly, lifted his cup of tea, and sipped it gently before turning to Wu Yi and Yang Yan and saying, it's just about over. Get ready to collect our money. Chen Tong had already bid 8.5 million. But that wasn't because he was intending to win this item, but rather because he wanted to direct the audience's attention and ire towards himself, which was why he had immediately increased the price after Yang Kai. Chen Tong's thoughts were quite sharp, earning him Yang Kai's appreciation. In the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang and Dong Shener looked at Chen Tong in puzzlement, both of them wondering why their elder had suddenly decided to participate in this auction again. However, neither of them asked anything, figuring Chen Tong had his reasons. The Dragon Striker Whips auction had turned out quite dramatic. Almost from the start, this origin-grade mid-rank artifact had very few willing to bid on it, the entire hall falling silent a number of times. But no one could have imagined that in the last possible moment the price had soared upwards. After Chen Tong's bid of 8.5 million, In Su Dai immediately followed up with a 9 million St. Crystal bid, which ended up being the final selling price. Although the Dragon Striker Whip didn't end up reaching 10 million, such a price was still enough to thrill and amaze most people. 9 million St. Crystals, just how many great forces on all of Shadowed Star could take out such an amount? In private room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yan both stared wide-eyed with faces flushed red with excitement, their hands clasped tightly together as they directed looks of pure admiration towards Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai's intervention a moment ago, the Dragon Striker Whip could likely have sold for just 5 million, yet now it sold for nearly twice as much. Counting the profits from the Origin Condensing Pill and Twin Daggers earlier, this time, the three of them had reaped a huge harvest. Obtaining more than 10 million high-rank St. Crystals so easily was something they had never before imagined. And Wu Yi and Yang Yan even began to wonder if they were dreaming right now. You think that 10 million is a lot? Yang Kai chuckled. Isn't 10 million a lot? Wu Yi was stunned. How much do you want? Just watch, something more terrifying is about to appear. Yang Kai took another sip of his tea as he stared at the platform slightly excitedly. He could already vaguely tell that the true last item would sell for more than the Dragon Striker Whip. Although he didn't know what price it would fetch in the end, since Treasure Trove Pavilion decided to put it up for auction after the Dragon Striker Whip, Yang Kai didn't doubt its value was higher. Atop the platform, Yen Pei lightly coughed before announcing, "The last item of the auction will be present now." As he spoke, the beautiful female auctioneer personally held a jade plate and walked over to Yen Pei. Everyone could clearly see the tender body of this woman trembling as she held this item. This scene made the masters in the private rooms curious. This beautiful woman was an auctioneer of treasure trove pavilion, so she wasn't someone ignorant of the world. On the contrary, she should be used to handling rare and precious items. So just what kind of treasure could make her so excited that even the smile on her pretty face had become a bit tight? Please see for yourselves. Yen Pei lifted the red cloth covering the jade plate, and the last auction item immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a transparent bottle, made from neither gold nor jade. It wasn't clear what material this bottle was made from, but it was obviously quite valuable in and of itself. However, it was not the bottle which attracted everyone's attention, but the pill which was quietly laying inside it. This pill was perfectly round with a smooth surface filled with clearly visible lines which crisscrossed over each other, just like the human meridians. Pill veins. An origin-condensing pill that formed pill veins. Countless shouts rang out from all directions, and from many of the private rooms the sound of shattering chairs, overturned tables, and broken teacups resounded. At this moment, the representatives of Shadowed Star's great forces could no longer retain their calm. Each of these figures was normally so calm and stalwart that even if a mountain collapsed in front of them, they wouldn't bat an eye, but now they were all behaving like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, all of them displaying disgraceful and frantic performances. The cultivators in the auction hall were all thrown into an uproar. The origin-condensing pill that had been sold at the midpoint of the auction had been won by Jiang Huayan, one of the temple masters of Sea Temple, for a price of 1,010,000 Saint crystals. So now that another origin-condensing pill had appeared, everyone could naturally recognize it. However, this origin-condensing pill was obviously different from the previous one. It was an origin-condensing pill that formed pill veins. The origin-condensing pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill, but refining it was extremely difficult and generally required an origin-grade low-rank alchemist to act. But an origin-condensing pill with pill veins wasn't necessarily even able to be refined by an origin king grade alchemist. Yet at this moment, such a pill had actually appeared on the auction stage. Shwa shwa shwa. Suddenly, a group of people flew out, their auras surging as their eyes swept over the crowd fiercely. These people were all origin returning realm masters of Treasure Trove Pavilion, and after they appeared, they formed a watertight circle around the origin condensing pill, the solemn expressions on their faces saying they would kill anyone who dared to approach. The thick murderous intent emanating from these masters caused all the clamoring in the auction hall to immediately cease. Seeing this scene, the representatives of the great forces in their private rooms gradually calmed down and slowly took their seats. However, their faces were still filled with shock, and determination flashed across their eyes. They finally understood why Yen Pei had leaked out a message for them to raise more Saint Crystals. It turned out that the real finale was not the Dragon Striker whip, but this origin condensing pill with pill veins. This pill was absolutely worth them losing everything in order to win. Yen Pei observed his surroundings silently, and after everyone had finally calmed down and the noisy auction hall fell silent, he proudly declared, "Have you all seen clearly now? Good. Since that is the case, let's not waste time. The starting price for this origin condensing pill is 5 million. Each new bid must increase the price by at least 500,000. Yen Pei's words had barely ended before numerous calls were made from all over, the intensity of the bidding far outstripping any previous auction. Moreover, everyone who made a bid did so with great vigor. The representatives of all the great forces were personally participating in this auction. There were far too many bids all at once, as almost every private room was calling out. But Yen Pei didn't pay this any mind, simply directing his attention towards the one who made the highest offer. 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. After less than 10 breaths of time, this origin condensing pill's price had risen to 30 million. And the bidding was not slowing down in the slightest. In fact, the competition was becoming even fiercer, with every successive bid adding millions more to the last. Yen Pei didn't even need to say anything, or deliberately try to heat up the atmosphere. He simply needed sweep his eyes around and others would automatically increase the price. 35 million, 40 million. The price soared upwards with unstoppably momentum, reaching 50 million, then 60 million. Treasure Trove Pavilion held an auction every 2 or 3 years, but few auctions were ever as competitive as today. Many of the cultivators who sat on the main floor had their jaws dropped and were unable to close them for a long time. The numbers called out from the private rooms made all of them unable to believe their ears. Had they not happened to participate in this auction, they would never have known just how deep the heritage of these great forces really was. After 60 million was called, though, many sighs could be heard from the private rooms as the masters inside had to bow out of the competition. This number was like a watershed, after which 80% of the forces on Shadowed Star lost the qualification to participate. In the private room of Colored Glass Sect, Een Su Dai's pretty face was filled with absolute shock. Colored Glass Sect had already been forced to withdraw when the price exceeded 50 million, causing the middle-aged woman sitting next to Een Su Dai to sigh heavily and smile bitterly. Let's just watch the liveliness. Second Ant, has everyone gone insane? Even if an origin condensing pill that formed pill veins is valuable, isn't it impossible to be worth so much? Why is everyone competing so crazily for it? Een Su Dai turned her head towards the middle-aged woman and asked. Not just Een Su Dai was wondering about this, though. Most of the talents from the young generation who were sitting in the private rooms were asking the same question, none of them understanding why their elders were willing to spend so much money to win this origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill could only increase the chance of a third-order Saint King realm cultivator breaking through to the origin returning realm. It wasn't an origin nirvana pill. If it was an origin nirvana pill that could increase the chances a third-order origin returning realm master could break through to the origin king realm, was what was being auctioned, all of them could understand such a price being shouted, but this was clearly just an origin condensing pill. Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer all stared curiously towards their respective elders, hoping that they could dispel their doubts. In Shadow Moon Hall's private room, after Qian Tong bid 65 million, he solemnly said, "Do you think everyone is bidding for this origin condensing pill? You're wrong. This origin condensing pill that has formed pill veins can guarantee a third-order Saint King cultivator breaks through to origin returning realm, but if that was its only value, it wouldn't be worth such a price. Perhaps 2 or 3 million Saint crystals would be enough. This pill's true value is that it is rumored to assist a cultivator to fully condense their own sure. If you think about it carefully, if a cultivator who takes this origin condensing pill is able to smoothly condense their sure, perhaps when they reach the third-order origin returning realm, they will be able to break through Shadowed Star's shackles and reach the origin king realm." Wei Guchang and Dong Xian are both trembling in shock, the former anxiously asking, "What Elder means is, they aren't bidding for a pill that can allow the birth of an origin returning realm, but they are bidding for an opportunity to break through to the origin king realm." Exactly. Qian Tong nodded. You younger generations have yet to understand the real value of this pill, but that's not your fault. On the other hand, we old masters and the seniors who came before us have spent hundreds, if not thousands of years studying methods to reach the origin king realm. Taking an origin condensing pill that has formed pill veins is one of the methods that was discovered. Whether this method can yield success is still unknown, but even if it is just a glimmer of hope, we must grab hold of it. There was no origin king on Shadowed Star, but once one appeared, they would be able to dominate all of Shadowed Star. For such a possibility, what did a few tens of millions of Saint Crystals matter? As long as one could become the supreme leader of Shadowed Star, these Saint Crystals could be made back at any time. Disciple understands. Wei Guchang nodded. Qian Tong glanced over at him and smiled. An origin condensing pill can only be used by a third-order Saint King. We old masters are now bidding for the young disciples of our sects. In Shadow Moon Hall, you and Xianer are the most qualified to take it, but your aptitude is slightly better than Xianer, so if we can win it, this origin condensing pill will be yours. Wei Guchang, however, just grinned. Disciple was not concerned about this. If it can be won, it doesn't matter whether Xianer or I take it. He spoke in a calm and carefree manner, without the slightest pretense, only exchanging a glance with Dong Xianer, both of them smiling lightly. Qian Tong nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with these two disciples. He believed that even if he won this origin condensing pill, these two would only try to push the other to take it. It was impossible for this senior brother and junior sister pair to have a falling out over a pill. That being said, is it possible for us to even win it? Qian Tong wasn't confident. There were only 5 sects left in the bidding: Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sea Temple, and Shadow Moon Hall. All others had dropped out. If Qian Tong had not collected so many road tolls just now, Shadow Moon Hall would have exited long ago. But even with these extra Saint crystals, he wasn't sure how long they could persist. The price of this origin condensing pill had already reached 68 million, and Qian Tong only had 80 million available to him, so it wouldn't be long before he too reached his limit. Qian Tong frowned deeply, and as he glanced over at Luo Qing, who was standing nearby, he felt a deep urge to beat this bastard again. Feeling his elder's malevolent gaze, Luo Qing couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know where he had offended Elder Qian, but it was like the latter found him particularly unpleasant to the eye today. 70 million. A loud voice from the private room of Heaven Battling Union called out. It belonged to one of the sect elders as, at this level of bidding, juniors like Chu Changfeng weren't eligible to participate. 75 million. Heaven Battling Union's bid was immediately followed by one private room at 1, without the slightest of hesitation or unease. In private room C13, Yang Kai was completely stunned. Even if he had mentally prepared himself for this somewhat, he was still shocked by the price. Like Wei Guchang, Dong Shener, and the other young talents in the hall, he didn't understand why these people were bidding so frantically, almost to the point where he questioned their sanity. Since Treasure Trove Pavilion used this origin condensing pill as the final auction item, Yang Kai was certain it would sell for a higher price than the Dragon Striker whip, but this was far too high. Yang Kai realized once again he had miscalculated the value of the items he had entered into this auction. However, facing such an exaggerated situation, Yang Kai didn't believe the problem lay with him, but rather that there was some hidden story behind this that he didn't understand. How could he have known that the cultivators on Shadowed Star had theorized that an origin condensing pill that formed pill veins would help them pursue the Origin King realm by fully condensing their sure? At this moment, Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing that he had not refined 2 origin condensing pills with pill veins. At that time, for the purposes of this auction, he had deliberately refined an ordinary origin condensing pill and one with pill veins. His original intentions were to acquire a few Saint crystals to allow Yang Yen to purchase enough materials to slightly enhance the spirit array around Dragon Cave Mountain. But now it had actually acquired a massive sum of money. Yang Kai, don't tell me this origin condensing pill was brought to auction by you. Wu Yi bit her red lips and whispered to Yang Kai. Ha. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh and didn't respond directly. Wu Yi and Yang Yen covered their little mouths as their beautiful eyes filled with shock. Compared to the price of this origin condensing pill, the 10 million or so Saint crystals they had previously obtained were truly not worth mentioning. The price was still rising, causing Yen Pei's face to show a rare ruddy complexion, standing atop the auction state with a big smile. There were only 5 sects still bidding, each of them unwilling to yield, but after reaching a price of 80 million, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall had no choice but to withdraw, deep sighs coming from their respective private rooms. Such a price had exceeded their bottom lines. After these 2 great forces bowed out, only Shadowed Star's top 3 sects, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect remained, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. The amount these 3 sects increased the price now was considerably smaller than before, with the representatives from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect often hesitating for a long period of time before making a new bid. However, the A1 private room which belonged to Star Emperor Sect always increased the price decisively, fully demonstrating their boldness and wealth. Yang Kai has long ago taken note of this private room, as from beginning to end, its occupants had only bought some origin-grade artifacts and pills. After asking Wu Yi, he naturally learned that this private room belonged to Star Emperor Sect. According to Wu Yi, although Star Emperor Sect was the greatest force on Shadowed Star, their people rarely showed up outside. It also seemed that there were very few people who belonged to Star Emperor Sect, and almost all of them remained on Star Emperor Mountain in secluded cultivation. The founder of Star Emperor sect apparently obtained some inheritance from the Starry Sky Great Emperor himself and claimed to be a disciple of the Star Emperor. Under normal circumstances, Star Emperor sect was aloof to any conflicts on Shadowed Star, maintaining a relatively peaceful appearance. But no one dared to underestimate them, because it was rumored that there were many top-level third-order origin returning realm masters in this sect. After a stick of incense worth of time, the price of origin condensing pill climbed to 90 million St. Crystal, the price quoted by Thunder Typhoon sect. 100 million! The voice from Private Room A1 then directly raised the price by 10 million, showing its great determination to win this pill. Inside the private room of Thunder Typhoon sect, the master who had quote the 90 million price grinned bitterly, knowing that even if he increased his bid again, Star Emperor sect would still snatch this origin condensing pill from them. So he simply declared, Thunder Typhoon sect withdraws from this competition. As soon as this master had made this announcement, Heaven Battling Union also declared it was giving up. Spending 100 million St. Crystals on the uncertain possibility of being able to reach the Origin King realm wasn't something these two sects could afford. On top of that, even if it were successful, it would be 100, or possibly several hundred years before any results could be seen. Who knows what could happen over the course of a few hundred years? Perhaps a more effective method would appear by then. Considering all this, Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union no longer tried to bid. Yen Pei also knew that no one was wealthier than Star Emperor sect, so he immediately started the 3-count, and the auction soon ended with Star Emperor sect winning the final victory. From the other private rooms, congratulations were spoken aloud to Star Emperor sect for winning the finale, and soon after, the people from Treasure Trove Pavilion delivered the price to Room 01. Yen Pei stood atop the stage and announced the end of the auction, once again thanking the great forces for their support, drawing loud cheers and applause from the audience. The people sitting on the main floor of the auction hall rose and left one after another, with the masters from the private rooms also getting up and leaving. Yang Kai, however, didn't move. Qian Tong had asked to speak with him after the auction was over, so he wasn't in a rush to leave. Yang Kai also happened to have something he wanted to discuss with Qian Tong, so naturally he remained. In the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong remained motionless for a long time, a slight annoyance apparent between his brow. If he had known that even after collecting 30 million worth of road tolls, he still wouldn't have been able to win that origin condensing pill, he would have gone all out to buy that Dragon Striker whip for his disciple. Now he had obtained nothing, so naturally, he was regretting it. After waiting a stick of incense worth of time, Qian Tong turned to the Shadow Moon Hall disciples standing next to him and said, "You go back first. The flowing flame sand field will soon open, so cultivate diligently when you return to the sect." The disciples all nodded before filing out of the room, leaving only Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer from the younger generation. Qian Tong then stood up and said, "You two come with me. I want to introduce you to someone." "Yes." Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer followed him obediently. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi took some Saint Crystals out and gave them to the two Shadow Moon Hall female disciples who had been attending to them. After accepting their cheerful thanks, Wu Yi sent them away. Yang Kai's group of 3 then waited for Qian Tong to arrive. Just as he was becoming somewhat bored, Yang Kai heard a knock at the door. Wu Yi immediately got up to open the door, and a moment later Qian Tong walked in accompanied by a young man and woman. "Nephew Yang, I've kept you waiting." Qian Tong cupped his fists and politely greeted. "Senior is too polite." This junior was not in any rush. Yang Kai stood up to welcome him inside. Hearing the change in how Yang Kai addressed him, Qian Tong's eyes brightened, and his smile widened. Yang Kai had always called him Elder Qian, but now he had suddenly become senior, which was obviously a bit more respectful. How could Qian Tong not understand that Yang Kai was expressing gratitude for his help during the auction? Without drawing attention to this point, Qian Tong simply sat down at Yang Kai's invitation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, who had been following Qian Tong, both had somewhat strange expressions on their faces. Originally, when Qian Tong said he was going to introduce them to someone, they had thought it would be a senior from somewhere, but the one in front of them now was just a junior like them. On top of that, this junior's cultivation wasn't high, just first-order Saint King. What was so special about this young man that he warranted such polite treatment from their elder? The two of them had been together with Qian Tong for a long time and could tell from his words and expressions that there wasn't just politeness in his demeanor, but even a hint of caution. However, this young man definitely didn't belong to any of the top 3 sects, so who exactly was he? These two are... Yang Kai turned his eyes inquisitively towards Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er. Although he had already guessed the identities of this man and the woman, he still pretended not to know them. Why would Qian Tong bring them with him? However, after a little thought, Yang Kai understood Qian Tong's intentions. Seemingly just remembering their presence, Qian Tong laughed and said, "Haha, I forgot to introduce them, nephew." Waving his hand towards the brave and heroic man, Qian Tong said, "This the most talented disciple my Shadow Moon Hall has produced in the past several hundred years, Wei Guchang." Next, he pointed to the woman. "And this is Dong Xin'er, this old master's best disciple. You too. This is Yang Kai. Hurry up and greet him." Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er heard Qian Tong's introduction and were secretly startled. As members of the younger generation, they were accustomed to greeting seniors on first meeting, but among their peers, they would only offer the first greeting when the other's status or cultivation exceeded their own. This young man named Yang Kai, however, was a stranger, and his cultivation was much lower than their own. So why was their elder pushing them to greet him politely? With such thoughts in their hearts, both of them hesitated, not immediately following up on Qian Tong's words. Seeing this, how could Qian Tong not know what they were confused about? Although these two disciples had good hearts and personalities, without the common negative traits top-level disciples of great forces generally had, they had their own sense of pride. Could be said that even if Fang Tianzhong or Chu Changfeng were the ones standing here, they wouldn't have the qualifications to make them offer polite greetings. Qian Tong secretly became a bit anxious, worried the attitude of these two would make Yang Kai dissatisfied. If Yang Kai became displeased, all of Qian Tong's previous efforts would be wasted. Qian Tong grumbled to himself that if he had just made things clear to these two before they came, things would not have become so embarrassing. Yang Kai, however, didn't mind such things and just laughed it off while cupping his fists. "So it is Brother Wei. Brother's name truly resounds like thunder. I've heard so much about you." Yang Kai had first heard Wei Guchang's name today, so this praise was wholly insincere, but selling Qian Tong some face wasn't an issue. Wei Guchang gently nodded, also cupping his fists but did not speak. Yang Kai then turned to Dong Xin'er and said, "Greetings, Sister Dong." Dong Xin'er elegantly returned the greeting, but just like Wei Guchang, she did not say anything. Qian Tong quickly laughed and said, "This Qian is old, but you are all around the same age, so you should become closer in the future." Yang Kai neither agreed nor disagreed with this sentiment, while Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er were equally aloof, as neither of them felt any need to become closer with Yang Kai. Although their elder seemed to fancy this person, only true masters and elite could win their respect. If this young man only had some kind of great status, no matter how high it was, it would not be enough for them to act humbly before him. Qian Tong also realized he had somewhat mishandled this matter. He had originally brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er to meet Yang Kai because he felt they were all part of the same generation and would be able to get along with one another. As long as they managed to become friends with Yang Kai, there would be no need to worry about benefiting in the future. But Qian Tong had apparently underestimated the arrogance of his two disciples. After determining no further good would come from having them remain, Qian Tong asked the two youths to wait outside. Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er bowed politely before excusing themselves, for the most part, ignoring Yang Kai's existence. After they left, Qian Tong smiled bitterly. "I've shown nephew Yang something embarrassing. This old master has apparently been lax in his education." Yang Kai just shook his head. "Today I was able to see many of the young talents from Shadowed Star, and honestly, the two of them left a far better impression than any of the others." Chu Changfeng was the type of arrogant and prideful character Yang Kai hated the most. When Fang Tianzhong confronted Chu Changfeng in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he had not cared about anyone else in the vicinity, and if not for Yang Kai possessing far greater strength than an average First-Order Saint King, he would have been forced into an ugly situation. This, of course, didn't leave a good impression on Yang Kai. As for In Su Dai, she came off as a somewhat manipulative woman. Young, but already deceitful and conniving. Wei Guchong and Dong Xin'er at least did not possess such shortcoming. It was just that their characters were quite straightforward. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused Qian Tong so much embarrassment. Of course, Yang Kai was only speaking such words to smooth over the situation. Despite Qian Tong's words, he had no intentions to make friends with these two. They had their pride, but Yang Kai also had his. No one was perfect. Sure enough, though, Yang Kai's words reassured Qian Tong, and he instead began chatting with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Kai asked, "Senior, before the auction started, you indicated that there was something you wished to discuss with me. May I ask what that was?" Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression became serious as he asked back, "Has nephew heard of the flowing flame sand field?" Yang Kai stared at him in surprise, wondering if the two of them were actually wanted to discuss the same matter. Gently nodding, Yang Kai replied, "I've heard of it and know a little about its strange characteristics. And since you've heard of it, that will make things easier." Qian Tong sipped his tea before continuing to ask, "Would nephew Yang like to explore the flowing flame sand field? What does senior mean?" Although Yang Kai indeed wished for such an opportunity, he didn't immediately reveal his own thoughts, wanting to know exactly what Qian Tong was here to discuss with him first. "Please don't misunderstand, nephew Yang." Qian Tong smiled. "Originally, this old master didn't intend to recommend you visit the flowing flame sand field. After all, it is an extremely dangerous place. Every time it opens, heavy losses occur among those who enter. If 60% are able to return alive, it is already quite good. However, I heard that nephew Yang once killed a cultivator at the Third Order Saint King realm in single combat. Is that true?" "Yeah." Although Qian Tong had heard such a story from Luo Qing before, hearing Yang Kai openly acknowledge it still surprised him. From this alone, Qian Tong immediately understood that Yang Kai's personal combat strength was exceptional. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to kill an enemy 2 minor realms above his own. In that case, nephew Yang is qualified to go. I just don't know if nephew is interested or not. If you want to, this old master can arrange for it." Yang Kai knit his brow and asked, "Are there any restrictions on entering that place?" He had originally thought that once the flowing flame sand field opened, he could enter it at will, so he wanted to check with Qian Tong about its location and opening time. "Naturally there are restrictions." Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. "Did nephew Yang think that anyone is allowed to enter it?" "All I know is that it can only be entered at special times." Qian Tong grinned. "It seems nephew Yang doesn't know much about flowing flame sand field. Please enlighten me, senior." Yang Kai immediately asked. The flowing flame sand field is truly only accessible at a certain time, but even then, not everyone can enter it. Firstly, those in the origin returning realm cannot enter. If they do, they will die without doubt. Qian Tong declared seriously. "Why?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Because of their Sure. Sure is a power unique to origin returning realm cultivators, but the flowing flame sand field does not allow Sure to exist within its borders. Once an origin returning realm enters, whether they push their Sure or not, they will immediately be burned to death." Yang Kai's face paled slightly and couldn't help secretly rejoicing that he had failed to comprehend anything about Sure during his retreat some time ago. If he had, he would have missed this opportunity. It seems there were gains and losses to every situation. Wu Yi and Yang Yan were also stunned, apparently never having heard this information before either. This discovery was made at the cost of many of Shadowed Star's seniors. Qian Tong sighed slightly. Also, those whose strength is too low cannot enter the flowing flame sand field. When it opens, the great blazing heat indeed weakens significantly, but it is still not something a Saint Realm cultivator can withstand. As such, those who enter the flowing flame sand field are all Saint Kings. Nephew Yang is only a first-order Saint King, and if this old master didn't know you had the strength to fight well above your own realm, I would not dare mention this to you. However, since nephew Yang has such ability, I will leave it to you to decide for yourself whether to go or not. Naturally, I'll go. Not taking advantage of such a rare opportunity would simply be a waste. Would it not? Yang Kai grinned. The flowing flame sandfield was the perfect place for him to refine the profound in sunflower water. Qian Tong looked at him approvingly. I knew it. Nephew Yang would not be content to live the life of a mediocre person. Since you have decided to go, this old master will reserve one of Shadow Moon Hall's spots for you. In any case, my Shadow Moon Hall does not lack such spots. Quota. Yang Kai frowned, looking at Qian Tong and asked, is there a limit to the number of people who can enter the flowing flame sandfield? And that is something this old man intended to tell you. Qian Tong nodded. In fact, when the flowing flame sandfield first opened, there was no limit on the number of people who could enter. But nephew must also know that cultivation resources on Shadowed Star are extremely scarce, especially the higher grade ones. As one of the 3 great forbidden zones, the flowing flame sand field naturally has many good things inside it, enough to make all the great forces covet it, which was the root of the problem. A long time ago, when the flowing flame sand field opened, all Saint Kings were eligible to enter, and indeed a great many would, but with such a large number of people searching for treasures, everyone was only able to harvest a small amount while still plucking the flowing flame sand field clean, leaving next to nothing for those who entered the following time. Excessive harvesting leads to damaging the environment. Yang Kai nodded. It is exactly as nephew says. As such, the great forces on Shadowed Star came together and set some restrictions on the flowing flame sand field. Each sect from that point on was only allowed a certain number to answer. The 3 biggest sects, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect, were each given 60 quotas, while first-class sects like my Shadow Moon Hall were granted 50. As the size and power of one's force decreased, the number of quotas they were given also decreased. Small families and sects are only granted 2 or 3 quotas each. By establishing a system like this, it not only reduced the loss of Shadowed Star's Saint King Realm cultivators, but also allowed the flowing flame sand field to maintain a certain concentration of precious treasures. After thousands of years of following this tradition, all the forces on Shadowed Star had adapted to this quota system, and each time the flowing flame sand field opens, they all select the appropriate number of disciples to send. Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Qian Tong added, even so, after each opening of the flowing flame sand field, there are no less than 10,000 people who enter it. However, the flowing flame sand field is very, very large, so even if 10,000 people enter, it does not matter. Having listened to Qian Tong's explanation up till here, Yang Kai immediately understood the meaning of his previous words. If he wanted to go in, he really had to acquire a quota from Shadow Moon Hall, but since Shadow Moon Hall could send 50 people, a single quota wouldn't be a big deal to them. Additionally, it is not possible to enter the flowing flame sand field from any random place on its perimeter. It can only be entered through some special locations. The flowing flame sand field is truly quite strange, and many great seniors suspected that it is actually a massive spirit array that had been arranged by some great ancient expert. However, we have no way to break this spirit array. Only when the blazing heat weakens will some access points appear around its edge. Those who want to enter must pass through these access points. Hearing this information, Yang Kai realized his thoughts on this matter had been too simple. One needed a quota to enter the flowing flame sand field, and one could only enter it through specific points and specific times. It wasn't like he had thought that once the flowing flame sand field opened, anyone could enter at will. Realizing all this, Yang Kai quickly said, Senior, this junior really wishes to enter the flowing flame sand field, so I'm afraid I will have to trouble Senior with this matter. Qian Tong laughed. Nephew is too polite. If this old master thought of you as a mere outsider, he would not have spoken so much today. Since nephew wishes to enter, you can leave everything up to this old man. I will make sure you're satisfied. Qian Tong was actually worried Yang Kai wouldn't ask him for help with this matter. Although he felt that Qian Tong felt he had displayed enough sincerity in wanting to befriend Yang Kai, he was still concerned that as a young man Yang Kai would act aloof and supercilious, disdaining to interact with an old man like him. Now that Yang Kai had upfront asked for his assistance, Qian Tong was naturally happy. Steering the conversation in a different direction, Qian Tong said, Nephew Yang must prepare appropriately for this excursion though. What do I need to prepare? Yang Kai humbly asked. A few artifacts that can withstand the extreme heat are a must. If nephew does not have appropriate artifacts, I can provide you with some ice attribute materials from monster beasts. Artifacts refined from such materials are the most suitable for resisting the flowing flame sand field's intense temperatures. I have prepared many such materials for use here. Yang Kai was about to refuse, when suddenly something dawned on him and he thoughtfully asked, Brother Wei and Sister Dong are also going to enter the flowing flame sand field, aren't they? Qian Tong nodded and acknowledged. Naturally, they will be going. Although that place is dangerous, those two are the best disciples in Shadow Moon Hall's younger generation. How can they mature if they don't experience a few great storms? The artifacts for those two? Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. Some have been purchased, but most are just Saint King grade high rank, so how much effect they can display is questionable. And my Shadow Moon Hall's origin grade artifact refiner is growing old and is no longer capable of strenuous artifact refining. Yang Kai raised his brow and offered, If Senior is willing to, you can leave the ice attribute monster beast materials with me, and I will have 2 origin grade artifacts refined for Brother Wei and Sister Dong to protect themselves. Qian Tong had already determined that there was an origin grade artifact refiner behind him, so Yang Kai didn't need to hide this anymore. On top of that, Qian Tong had just said he had many materials on him. Obviously, he was hoping to ask the imaginary artifact refiner behind him for this matter. Qian Tong had helped Yang Kai out a great deal recently, and was even providing him with a quota to enter the flowing flame sand field as well as a great deal of information. Yang Kai didn't mind returning the favor. Those who respect me 1 point, I respect 10. Sure enough, after seeing Yang Kai offer this all on his own, Qian Tong was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Willing? Naturally I am willing. And this old man couldn't feel more relieved with anyone else. Ha ha ha. Then I shall have to trouble nephew Yang with this. Qian Tong had still been thinking about what to do if Yang Kai couldn't understand the subtle message he was trying to convey. If that were the case, for the future of Shadow Moon Hall, he could only resign himself to losing face and ask frankly. But he hadn't expected that after only some slight roundabout hints, Yang Kai had actually understood his meaning. Having reached an understanding, Qian Tong directly took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. He had prepared these materials long ago and was just waiting for an opportunity to present itself. Qian Tong had also brought Wei Guchang and Dong Shener here before on the one hand to let them meet Yang Kai, while on the other to try to find a way to ask Yang Kai to help refine artifacts for them. Unfortunately, his 2 juniors had eyes but failed to see, wasting Qian Tong's hard work. Yang Kai accepted the ring and casually checked its contents, quickly discovering a large amount of monster beast materials exuding ice-cold auras. From the strength of these auras, it was obvious these materials came from 9th order monster beasts. There were even a number of highly valuable monster cores inside. There was no shortage of raw materials for alchemy and artifact refining on Shadowed Star. What was lacking was high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners to process them. With so many materials, refining 4 or 5 artifacts wouldn't be an issue. Nephew Yang, for this favor, this old man is very grateful. Senior has helped me a lot recently. There's no need to be so polite. If Senior has any other needs in the future, feel free to let me know. Qian Tong nodded repeatedly. Although he knew Yang Kai was simply speaking politely here, it was still pleasant to his ear. Right. When will the flowing flame sand field open exactly? Yang Kai returned to the main topic. Qian Tong paused for a moment before saying, That can't be determined precisely. It may be as soon as a month from now or as long as 4 months from now. It all depends on when the blazing heat weakens. But nephew can rest assured. All the great forces are monitoring the flowing flame sand field day and night. So once it opens, we will immediately receive the news. It won't be too late to start off then. Nephew Yang can take advantage of this period of time to make preparations. Once this old man hears anything, I will inform you. Saying so, Qian Tong handed Yang Kai a communication artifact. Yang Kai took it and stored it into his space ring. At this time, there was a knock at the door again and Wu Yi walked over to open it. Luo Qing walked inside a moment later with a solemn look upon his face. Qian Tong laughed. It must be that old dog Yen Pei who sent Luo Qing to deliver nephew's St. Crystals. Yang Kai's spirit shook as Wu Yi and Yang Yan's beautiful eyes lit up. During the auction, the 4 items they had brought had all sold for extraordinary prices, and it was only now that the St. Crystals they had earned were sent over. Yang Kai waiting here was for 2 reasons. 1, to speak with Qian Tong, and 2, to accept these St. Crystals. Thinking about the over 100 million St. Crystals he was about to receive, even Yang Kai couldn't hold back his excitement. Luo Qing stepped forward and respectfully placed a space ring on the table before quickly saying, Manager Yen said the total amount of young Master Yang's earnings are 106,500,045 St. Crystals, but because of the huge auction amount, it has been rounded up to 107 million St. Crystal. Please inspect it at your leisure, young Master Yang. 107 million. Yang Kai frowned. This number was slightly off from his expectations. Qian Tong saw his reaction and explained with a smile. Treasure Trove Pavilion charges a fee for every item which is auctioned. Generally speaking, they take 10% of the auction proceeds, so for 100 million St. Crystals, they would normally take 10 million. So greedy! Wu Yi and Yang Yan shouted indignantly. Losing 10 million St. Crystals hurt their hearts greatly. Qian Tong added, but Yen Pei seems to have only collected 5% this time. Seems he still has a bit of a conscience left. He also probably wants to keep cooperating with you in the future, which was why he was willing to lower his usual fee. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There won't be such good things in the future. Those origin condensing pills were something my master acquired accidentally a long time ago. There are no more. On that note, Senior, why was there such intense competition for that origin condensing pill which formed pill veins? Seeing Yang Kai's confused look, Qian Tong couldn't help chuckling. Gu Chong and Xianer also asked this old master about this point before. After hearing the explanation from Qian Tong, Yang Kai realized that it was not that these people had gone insane, but rather that they were too obsessed with pursuing the Origin King realm, to the point where they didn't care how many St. Crystals they had to pay in order to obtain even a chance of reaching it. After knowing this, Yang Kai relaxed. An origin condensing pill which forms pill veins could be refined at any time by him with his current achievements in alchemy, but he was lacking the primary materials for refining origin condensing pills. Inside his black book space, there were countless precious treasures, thousands of origin-grade herbs, and even 200 or 300 origin king-grade herbs, but there had only been 2 stalks of emerald silkgrass which was the main ingredient in origin condensing pills. Now that these 2 stalks had been used up, Yang Kai could not refine any more origin condensing pills, so naturally, there was no way he could cooperate with Treasure Trove Pavilion again. What's more, he currently had over 100 million St. Crystals, so there was no need for him to do anything like that in the near future. 100 million St. Crystals was more than even Shadow Moon Hall could take out immediately. Having obtained St. Crystals, it was naturally time to start shopping. Yang Yan quickly made a long list of materials she wanted to order from Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong took this list and glanced over it, his expression changing dramatically in the next instant. Each of these materials was extremely precious, and the quantity asked for was massive. If all these materials were purchased, it would cost at least 40 or 50 million St. Crystals. Qian Tong wasn't worried about being paid. After all, Yang Kai had just collected more than 100 million St. Crystals. Qian Tong was simply wondering why Yang Kai wanted to buy so many raw materials. Although he didn't understand, he didn't ask either, simply nodding and saying, My Shadow Moon Hall does not have all of these materials on hand, but Nephew Yang can rest assured, within 1 month we will be able to collect everything you have requested. Then I shall trouble Senior with this. Yang Kai cupped his fists. With everything that should be said having been said, Qian Tong asked Yang Kai to return to Dragon Cave Mountain and await word of the Flowing Flame Sand field opening. Qian Tong personally saw Yang Kai off from Treasure Trove Pavilion before handing the list of materials to Luo Qing. Quickly collect all of these materials. If there isn't enough in our inventory, contact the forces in the surrounding region and acquire them. Make sure the price you pay is as favorable as possible within the time limit. Yes. Luo Qing left immediately. Only after all this was finished did Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer come over to see a somewhat excited-looking Qian Tong. Seeing her master in such a good mood, Dong Xian'er couldn't help asking curiously, Master, is that person really so amazing? Why are you so interested in him? He truly is amazing. Qian Tong nodded heavily before glancing over at the two youths and letting out a sigh. Don't underestimate him. He may be a first-order Saint King, but he can kill cultivators in the third-order Saint King realm. Wei Gucheng's eyes flashed and a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he soon calmed down, because he too was capable of killing an ordinary third-order Saint King when he was in the first-order Saint King realm, so he didn't think this was anything too amazing. If that's the case, he really does have some ability, Dong Xian'er said thoughtfully, but she soon smiled and said, even so, that's not enough for Master to want to be on friendly terms with him. Is Master intending to recruit him into Shadow Moon Hall? Recruit him into Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed wryly and mused. I'm afraid he wouldn't even consider joining Shadow Moon Hall. What? My Shadow Moon Hall may not compare to Star Emperor Sect and the other top forces on Shadowed Star, but we're certainly not weak, Dong Xian'er exclaimed. Do you know who is behind him? What his origins are? Qian Tong slowly shook his head. If you knew, you wouldn't look down on him. Can Elder explain clearly? Hearing you speak this way has suddenly made me interested in him. Wei Gucheng grinned. Anyone who could be regarded so highly by Elder Qian must not be a simple character. I'll explain on our way back. Qian Tong waved to the two. This was still Treasure Trove Pavilion, after all. Blocking their entrance wasn't appropriate. As the three walked towards the largest palace in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong said, Can you guess who brought that Dragon Striker whip and those origin condensing pills for today's auction? Dong Xian'er was slightly startled and asked, Does Master mean? And he was the one who brought them to auction. Qian Tong nodded slightly. The origin condensing pill need not be thought about too much. It is an incredibly rare and precious treasure, perhaps one of a kind, and should have been obtained through some kind of fortuitous encounter. But the Dragon Striker whip was actually refined by his master. What? Wei Gucheng was also shocked. Elder means the master of that young man is an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner? When did such a powerful master appear on Shadowed Star? This is the greatest reason I wish to be on good terms with him. Shadowed Star truly does not have such a profound artifact refining grandmaster. But he actually came from the outside. The outside? Wei Gucheng and Dong Xian'er both exchanged a startled glance, the look of longing obvious in their eyes. And he comes from the outside. Our Shadowed Star is almost completely isolated from the outside world. Even the nearest Cultivation Star is far, far from here. The level of artifact refiners on Shadowed Star is not high enough for us to refine powerful enough starships that can connect us with the greater star field, so we can only imagine what kind of wonders exist out there. We only know that there are Origin King Realm Masters, Origin King Grade Alchemists, and Origin King Grade Artifact Refiners, but such heights are forever out of our reach. We can't reach the outside world. So how did he reach here? Dong Xian'er asked suspiciously. Chance coincidence? Qian Tong smiled. When I first met him, this old master didn't dare inquire about his background for fear of offending him. But some time ago, I made Luo Qing investigate this matter and learned that he was found out in the starry sky by a starship belonging to the Haiku family. When he was brought aboard by them at the time, he admitted he came from a place called Rainfall Star. This old master has read some information about this Rainfall Star in the ancient records, so there is no doubt it really exists. Since only he was brought here, why is Master so certain he has an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner behind him? I don't know what the intentions of the Master behind him are, but I speculate he is simply protecting him in secret. When the Haiku family starship was about to return to Shadowed Star, they were attacked by a large pack of black rock beasts. At that time, the Haiku family starship was in dire straits and about to be destroyed when suddenly, a golden spear appeared and swept away the entire black rock beast pack, rescuing their lives. Afterwards, the Haiku family disciples couldn't find the master who rescued them as that person refused to show themselves, Qian Tong explained. This information was obtained directly by Luo Qing, and many of the Haiku family's disciples saw it with their own eyes, so this old master is certain someone was there protecting Yang Kai from the shadows. Quite likely his master. Qian Tong's inference was quite reasonable. Whoever obtained such information, combined with the fact that Yang Kai had sold various high-grade artifacts, would reach a similar conclusion. However, he had underestimated Yang Kai's true strength as well as the level of Yang Yan's extraordinary abilities, causing him to imagine the existence of some kind of profoundly hidden master behind them. No wonder, if he really comes from the outside, he might really have an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner behind him. Wei Guchang gently nodded. You too know the weight of such matters. What I'm telling you today is not to chastise you, but to let you recognize that others have their own strengths, so you must not immediately judge or underestimate anyone. You should also know that what I have told you is not to be repeated to anyone else. Disciple understands. Both the two youths nodded firmly. This old master even suspects that the master behind Yang Kai is more than just an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner. But regardless of the truth, what is important is that we not find ourselves on bad terms with them. He has also agreed to help refine 2 origin-grade defensive-type artifacts for you too. He will be entering the flowing flame sand field together with you two this time, so you will have a chance to become familiar with one another. Don't be negligent. Disciple will remember. Both Wei Guchang and Dong Shen'er nodded in unison, feeling a bit regretful on the inside. When Elder Qian had brought them to that private room, they really shouldn't have put on such an arrogant display. The two of them thus decided secretly that after the flowing flame sand field opened, they would make an effort to befriend Yang Kai. In front of the entrance to Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai leapt off his star shuttle and landed. Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both observing him with a strange look. On their way back, these two had been shooting him bewildered looks quite frequently. What do you want to ask? Yang Kai frowned. Do you actually have a master? Wu Yi couldn't help but ask. Why do you say that? You asked me what kind of pill was the most valuable before. I said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. Then you took out 2 origin condensing pills. Did your master give them to you? Yang Kai chuckled. What do you think? I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head honestly. If I had a master, don't you think you'd have seen him by now? What about that origin condensing pill? If I said I refined it myself, would you believe me? The two women unhesitantly shook their heads. Seeing them not believe him at all, Yang Kai finally understood what Yang Yan must have felt like when she was proclaiming that she was an origin-grade artifact refiner everywhere. But no one believed her. Instead of dwelling on the issue, though, Yang Kai tossed the space ring given to him by Qian Tong over to Yang Yan. Refine 2 defensive artifacts for them, but don't make them too strong. Origin-grade low rank will do. Got it. Yang Yan nodded. 2 origin-grade low-rank defensive artifacts wouldn't be difficult for her to refine. Now that she had the stone puppet's help, she could refine artifacts many times faster than before. The most time-consuming process of artifact refining was quenching the raw materials. Ordinarily, the quenching process needed to be carried out several times to remove impurities. This not only used up a lot of time but also consumed a great deal of strength, but the stone puppet could complete this process in a very short time and to an exceptionally high standard. No wonder Yang Yan had said that stone puppets were the best assistants for artifact refiners. They truly were. Yang Yan used to take 1 or 2 months to refine an origin-grade artifact, but now she could do so in just 3 or 4 days. The reduction in time spent was nothing less than extraordinary. I'm going to enter secluded cultivation to prepare to enter the flowing flame sand field. I'm leaving you in charge of the cave's matters, Yang Kai said before entering his own stone room, closing the stone door and entering retreat. The opening time of the flowing flame sand field was uncertain, but he should have at least a month or 2 before then. Yang Kai needed to improve his combat power during this time. In terms of artifacts, he needed to finish establishing a connection with the Purple Shield and 100 Mountains picture as soon as possible. He had finished refining both artifacts, and now all that was needed was to warm and nourish them with his Saint Qi so he could flexibly use them in battle. In terms of pills, Yang Kai planned to refine a couple of bottles of snow and ice pills. The snow and ice pills that appeared at the auction were origin-grade low rank, so he would have no trouble refining some with his current alchemy proficiency. There was also no shortage of materials in his black book space. As for things like healing pills, Yang Kai already had many on him, so there was no need to refine more. On top of that, He had great confidence in the restorative abilities of his body. If worst came to worst, Xianxia could directly burst a drop of golden blood. As long as his foundation wasn't hurt, with the massive amount of vitality contained within a drop of golden blood, restoring himself should be a simple task. The only other matter of importance to Xianxia was to increase the power of his space blade as soon as possible. Space blade was a visual manifestation of space force. It was an attack method that could only be used by Xianxia and was virtually impossible to defend against. Once he perfected this method, it would add a life-saving card to his arsenal. Xianxia obviously hadn't been to the flowing flame sand field and as a result, didn't know much about it, but from the brief introduction Qian Tong gave him, he knew it was an extremely dangerous place. Xianxia didn't dare to act carelessly and was intent on making comprehensive preparations. Sitting down cross-legged, Xianxia first took out the profound insect stone he obtained at the auction. Yang Yan had said that this stone contained very strange energy that wasn't usable for cultivation or artifact refining, but could be used to raise exotic insects. Soul-devouring insects were one such exotic insect. At the auction, it was only because of the abnormal response of the soul-devouring insects that Xianxia had bought this profound insect stone. Otherwise, he would surely have ignored it. As soon as he took out the profound insect stone, Xianxia felt the swarm of soul-devouring insects resting on the six-colored island in his knowledge sea begin to stir, as if they were anxious to fly out and migrate to this profound insect stone. However, without Xianxia's consent, they were unable to separate themselves from the six-colored island, so they simply became more and more anxious. Xianxia didn't restrain them for long, lowering his knowledge sea's defenses and allowing the countless soul-devouring insects to fly out towards the profound insect stone. As soon as the soul-devouring insects entered the profound insect stone, they immediately became irritable, their blood seemingly boiling as they gave off a dangerous aura. Xianxia listened carefully and soon heard rustling, crunching sounds. Under his divine senses probing, Xianxia found that the soul-devouring insects had actually started to devour one another as a great struggle for supremacy seemed to have broken out on the profound insect stone. The weak soul-devouring insects were unable to survive long as they were swiftly devoured by their more powerful peers. After cleaning up their weak companions, the more powerful soul-devouring insects began brutally fighting amongst themselves, rapidly reducing their total population. Xianxia was overjoyed. It had been a long time since his soul-devouring insects devoured one another, but after that incident, their power had noticeably increased. Seeing this process repeat itself, Xianxia was confident that once they settled down, their power would soar once again. He was greatly looking forward to this. If his soul-devouring insects could evolve to the point where they could threaten origin-returning realm masters, Xianxia could be invincible on Shadowed Star. At that time, there would be no need for Yang Yan to continue arranging a powerful spirit array, as no one would dare to offend them anymore out of fear of his soul-devouring insects. After observing for a while, Xianxia noticed that the soul-devouring insects would take quite a long time to finish their little civil war, so he no longer paid any attention to them. Placing the profound insect stone in a corner of his room, Xianxia simply allowed them to evolve independently. Taking out some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, as well as his pill furnace, Xianxia began refining snow and ice pills. Xianxia didn't have much difficulty refining origin-grade low-rank pills, so in just over a day, he had 2 bottles with 10 snow and ice pills each, 8 of which had formed pill veins. After completing this, Xianxia began nourishing his artifacts while cultivating his own space force. In a flash, 3 months passed. Inside the stone room, Xianxia closed his eyes while holding a space spirit crystal in his left hand, constantly using his own space force to absorb the energy inside it. Simultaneously, he was waving his right hand in an almost unconscious manner. Each time he waved his hand, a thin tear in space would form and fly out. The entire stone room was a mess, with his space blades cutting through and destroying almost everything inside. After 3 months of retreat, Xianxia's space blade had undoubtedly become much more powerful than when he first conceptualized it. Whether it was in terms of speed or stability, it was simply incomparable to his early attempts. Speed and stability were the key factors in the lethality of Xianxia's space blade, especially the latter. This was not like other attack methods where the more Saint Chi used to condense it, the greater its power. In fact, the amount of Saint Xianxia used was nearly irrelevant, as what mattered the most was the blade's ability to swallow objects it came into contact with. As such, as long as the blade was stable enough, it would be capable of devouring everything it passed through, sending it into the void. Even other people's attacks could be swallowed up. If others' attacks or artifacts could be swallowed up by his space blade, Xianxia would no longer need to come up with defensive measures, as offense would be his best defense. However, the stability of Xianxia's space blade could be affected by the attacks of other cultivators, and once this interference reached a certain critical point, the space blade would collapse and become useless. So during this retreat, Xianxia had primarily been focusing on maintaining his space blade stability, resulting in its speed not having improved much. By consuming a lot of space spirit crystals, a truly money-burning cultivation method, Xianxia gradually gained some competency in the use of his space blade. When in cultivation, one could not feel the passage of time. So it was not until Xianxia felt a divine sense fluctuation coming from the communication artifact he had set aside nearby that he finally awoke. Qian Tong had sent him a message. After quickly picking up the communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it, Xianxia stood up and walked out of his stone room. This 3-month retreat was still too short to allow him to thoroughly complete his space blade, and at this stage it could not be used in combat, but the flowing flame sand field had already begun to open, so Xianxia had to set it aside for the time being. Fortunately, after 3 months of being nourished by his Saint Chi, both the Purple Shield and the 100 Mountains picture had become usable. The 2 bottles of snow and ice pills Xianxia had refined should be sufficient for his use. As soon as he left the cave, Xianxia froze for a moment as he discovered that Dragon Cave Mountain had undergone many changes. Not only was the world energy aura here now extremely rich, with a lingering mist shrouding each and every peak, there were now also many exquisite houses and other unidentifiable objects that had been built in the surroundings. The several dozen cultivators who had followed Wu Yi were bustling about while Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both intently studying something, both of them looking very excited. Seeing Xianxia go out, the 2 women gawked for a moment but soon understood, putting down what they were working on and greeting him. "Leaving?" Wu Yi asked. Xianxia nodded before warning them. "After I leave, don't let anyone enter my stone room, and especially do not go near the profound insect stone inside. There are some very dangerous creatures inhabiting it right now." "Understood," Wu Yi responded quickly. "Have the 2 origin grade artifacts Elder Qian asked for already been delivered?" Xianxia turned to Yang Yan next. "They were delivered long ago, about 10 days after you entered retreat. Elder Qian personally delivered a lot of the materials we purchased when I handed him the 2 artifacts." "That's good. You can go, but Xiao Xiao has to stay. Without him, it's far too much exhausting to refine things," Yang Yan added. Xiao Xiao was the stone puppet. Yang Yan had given him this name without asking for permission, but Xianxia didn't mind. In any case, for the expedition into the flowing flame sand field, he probably wouldn't have any need for the stone puppet. So Xianxia readily agreed to Yang Yan's request. After leaving behind a few instructions, Xianxia hurried off to Heavenly Fate City. Only halfway there, Xianxia spotted a blue light flying in his direction from the horizon. As it came closer, Xianxia discovered that it was actually Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang." Luo Qing halted his star shuttle, stood up, and cupped his fists to Xianxia. "Elder Qian instructed me to bring you to the city's space array as quickly as possible. Everyone else is waiting there. Only you are left." "Then I'll trouble you to do so." Xianxia returned the greeting before following Luo Qing towards Heavenly Fate City. On the way, Xianxia asked Luo Qing about the flowing flame sand field. Unfortunately, Luo Qing didn't know much, only that this forbidden zone was about to open and that all the great forces on Shadowed Star were rushing to the different entrances so that the moment it opened fully they could immediately enter. Passing over Heavenly Fate City, the pair flew directly to the large palace which they subsequently entered. Upon arrival, Xianxia realized that there were almost 200 people gathered, and among them over 90% were Saint Kings, with the majority of them in the 2nd or 3rd order. There were some 1st order Saint Kings, but not many. The flowing flame sand field was extremely dangerous, so 1st order Saint Kings wouldn't be of much use inside. Yang Kai frowned. Hadn't Qian Tong said that Shadow Moon Hall only had 50 entry spots? Why were there so many people here then? Moreover, from the looks of the people here, it was obvious they were all going to the flowing flame sand field through the space array. As soon as Yang Kai walked inside, countless eyes landed on him, with Qian Tong even letting out a great laugh and extremely enthusiastically welcoming him. Nephew Yang has arrived just in time. We've just finished gathering everyone and the space array is just about ready to open. All of you follow this old master. Last time they met, Yang Kai had promised to help Qian Tong refine 2 origin-grade artifacts, and only 10 days later he had delivered. Although the 2 artifacts were just origin-grade low-rank, both were infinitely close to reaching origin-grade mid-rank standard. Today, those 2 defensive artifacts were in Wei Guchang and Dong Shenner's hands. If these 2 items had been put up for auction, they would be worth at least 4 million Saint Crystals, and with both of them being ice attribute, perfect for resisting the heat of the flowing flame sand field, their prices might have been even higher. All of Qian Tong's investments in showing Yang Kai goodwill early on had already been repaid many times over with just this. As such, Qian Tong was very polite to Yang Kai. Even this time, he had ordered everyone else to gather first before sending a message to Yang Kai so the latter would not have to stand around waiting. Seeing Qian Tong personally greet this newcomer, many cultivators in the hall turned their eyes to examine Yang Kai and were secretly surprised, wondering what was so special about this first-order Saint King to warrant such polite treatment from their elder. Senior Brother Wei, who is that guy? We've been waiting here for so long. Could it be it was actually for him? A pretty-looking young woman took the opportunity to come up to Wei Guchang and ask softly. And he doesn't look like someone with a great background, and his strength is so low, just a first-order Saint King. Someone immediately agreed. Wei Guchang shot them a flat look before distancing himself from the woman and saying bluntly, "You don't need to worry about who he is. Just make sure you don't annoy him." After receiving a cold shoulder from Wei Guchang, the young woman smiled awkwardly and also stepped back, her heart full of bitterness. Wei Guchang was the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. On top of that, he was handsome and straightforward, so naturally, there were many female disciples in Shadow Moon Hall who secretly admired him. Unfortunately for them, he seemed to only have eyes for Dong Shenner. Inside the palace, there were nearly 50 people wearing the disciple uniforms of Shadow Moon Hall, each of them looking neat and dignified. The other 100 were wearing other assorted dress. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Tong took the initiative to explain, "My Shadow Moon Hall has a total of 50 quotas to use as we see fit, but the other families and sects attached to Shadow Moon Hall also have their own quotas as well, although not nearly as many per force. On top of that, there are some forces and families here who have no relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but because they are located near Heavenly Fate City, they will be traveling together with us." Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was the reason why so many people had gathered inside this hall. The great forces on Shadowed Star had apparently managed this situation quite fairly, not even trying to swallow all the benefits by themselves. They had allocated some entry quotas to the smaller sects and families, but whether they could obtain anything would be up to their own effort and means. It was no wonder last time Qian Tong had said that each time the flowing flame sand field opened, the number of people who entered was no less than 10,000. Shadowed Star was simply too big, and even if each force wasn't granted many quotas, after adding them all together, reaching 10,000 wouldn't be a problem. As Qian Tong walked inside, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction as he felt a sharp, hate-filled glare being directed towards him. Yang Kai was very sensitive to this kind of gaze and could easily notice it. When the two people's eyes met, the opposite party's face twitched slightly before quickly turning away. Xiahong won. He's going to? Last time, when Xiahong went to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with Yang Kai, if it wasn't for Qian Tong's prompt arrival, Xiahong would have died. This delinquent young master was nothing but a mud wall unable to hold water. Although he had a first-order Saint King cultivation, he clearly had very poor combat strength, so how could he dare go on this dangerous expedition? What surprised Yang Kai even more though was that Xiahong wasn't wearing a Shadow Moon Hall uniform. Behind him were two third-order Saint Kings who were similarly dressed and seemed to be responsible for protecting him. Senior, Can people be killed inside the flowing flame sand field? Yang Kai suddenly asked lightly. Seeing Yang Kai staring towards Xiahong1, Qian Tong was naturally clear about his intentions and nodded with a sneer. Yes, so nephew Yang should be careful not to contract any enmity with others. However, if someone dares to bully you, there's no need to act leniently. Whatever the consequences, this old master will handle it for you. Then I will thank senior in advance. Yang Kai also sneered. If Xiahong restrained himself in the flowing flame sand field, ignoring him wouldn't be a problem, but if he dared seek vengeance, Yang Kai would not show mercy a second time. Not killing him last time was simply out of consideration for Qian Tong's face. Qian Tong also seemed a little annoyed. After all, he had spent quite a lot of effort last time to save Xiahong's life. Yet this idiot not only did not appreciate it but instead had bore a grudge. If he insisted on bringing destruction down upon himself, Qian Tong was disinclined to care about him. That fool isn't eligible to enter flowing flame sand field. My Shadow Moon Hall wouldn't give a quota to such a waste. For some unknown reason, Qian Tong continued whispering to Yang Kai. But his father spent a high price to purchase 3 quotas from a small family affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall to allow him to enter. Those 2 third-order Saint Kings are just disciples of their Xia family. They have no relationship with my Shadow Moon Hall. Naturally, Qian Tong meant there was no issue with killing them. What surprised Yang Kai, however, was that the quotas to enter the flowing flame sand field could be bought and sold, something he immediately asked about. Qian Tong simply laughed. Naturally, they are transferable. The allocation of quotas is determined in advance by all the great forces, and they are then distributed to the qualified forces, but how they handle them is their business. Doesn't that mean that as long as there is a force with enough courage and means, they can send in a far larger number of people than their assigned quota? Yang Kai immediately thought of something. Indeed, but that being said, the flowing flame sand field is too dangerous, so how could those smaller forces dare to send in too many of their elites? Once their losses reach a certain point, their very foundation will become damaged, which will be extremely detrimental to their development. But nephew Yang thinking is correct. In addition to the 50 quotas my Shadow Moon Hall is assigned, we also purchased 20 more from smaller families. In other words, there are a total of 70 disciples from my Shadow Moon Hall participating this time. I see. Yang Kai nodded lightly. There are many things to pay attention to in the flowing flame sand field. Last time nephew Yang was in a hurry, so this old man did not have time to explain all of them to you. So I suggest you travel together with Guchong and Shen'er so they can pass this information along to you. If there is anything nephew Yang is uncertain about, don't hesitate to ask them, Qian Tong exhorted. Okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly, knowing that this was done intentionally by Qian Tong to create an opportunity for Wei Guchong and Dong Shen'er to establish a good relationship with him. So naturally, he wouldn't refuse. As the two were talking, they arrived in front of the space array where Qian Tong beckoned to Wei Guchong and Dong Shen'er. You two head out first with Yang Kai. You don't have to wait for the rest of us in Calm River City. Just proceed to the flowing flame sand field. Your martial uncle Wang and martial uncle Yen are already waiting there for you. When you arrive, they will give you further instructions. This old master will lead the rest of our group to meet up with you later. Yes. Wei Guchong nodded respectfully before smiling towards Yang Kai. Greeting, Brother Yang. His attitude this time was many times better than previously. Obviously, he had been carefully advised by Qian Tong. Dong Shen'er also gave an elegant greeting. Yang Kai returned the greeting in kind before the 3 of them stepped onto the space array. The space array had already been prepared and was simply waiting for its passengers to board before activating. The Shadow Moon Hall disciple who was managing the space array saw the 3 youths stand ready and quickly activated the spirit array. A white light flashed and the 3 disappeared. Qian Tong then began arranging for the others to use the space array. This space array could only transmit up to 5 people at once, so transmitting nearly 200 people would take an hour or 2. On the other side, Yang Kai only felt a slight bit of vertigo before he recovered, finding himself in another hall. There was also a space array in this hall. Yang Kai couldn't identify which force the disciple guarding this space array was from, but after seeing the 3 of them appearing, this disciple quickly asked, "Are you from Shadow Moon Hall?" Wei Guchang nodded and took out a token from his sleeve, handing it over to the man. The man briefly examined this token before nodding and returning it. Outside the hall, Wei Guchang said, "Brother Yang, please follow us. This is Calm River City is about 1,000,000 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City, but we'll still need to fly for a day or two to reach the flowing edge of flame sand field. Please lead the way, Brother Wei." Yang Kai nodded. He wasn't familiar with the geography of Shadowed Star, so he naturally allowed Wei Guchang to take the lead. Wei Guchang nodded before quickly summoning his star shuttle, hopping aboard, then stretching out his hand towards Dong Xianer. Dong Xianer's face flushed slightly, shooting him a slightly angry look, as if blaming him for acting so boldly in front of others. Wei Guchang simply laughed though. "Brother Yang is not an outsider, what is there to be shy about?" Dong Xianer knew she couldn't dissuade him, so stretched out her hand and allowed Wei Guchang to pull her up onto the star shuttle. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit impressed. This kind of scene made him feel a little warm, and his perception of Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer changed quite a bit. Immediately after, he too summoned his star shuttle. 2 blue lights flashed and the trio flew off, quickly leaving Calm River City. Like Yang Kai, Wei Guchang's star shuttle was Saint King grade high rank, so even if it was carrying an additional person, its speed didn't drop much. Wei Guchang had only just left Calm River City when he began to speak. Elder Qian said that Brother Yang doesn't know much about flowing flame sand field. If Brother Yang has anything he wishes to ask, this Wei will be happy to answer. Yang Kai truly had some things to ask, and since Wei Guchang had offered, he would certainly not hold back. "I only know that we need to pass through some special places to enter the flowing flame sand field. As for what the situation inside is like, and what needs to be paid attention to, I'm afraid I know nothing, so I must ask Brother Wei for advice." Seeing how polite Yang Kai was acting, Wei Guchang also smiled. "I don't dare offer advice, but this Wei has indeed been given some information from his elders, so I know slightly more than Brother Yang. It's not much, but if Brother Yang asks, I can provide at least some answers." He had learned from Chen Tong that Yang Kai came from the outside world, so thinking that Yang Kai probably knew nothing about the flowing flame sand field, he patiently began explaining what he knew. Dong Xianer chimed in every now and then to supplement any information Wei Guchang missed. Together, the senior brother and junior sister duo quickly gave Yang Kai a comprehensive briefing on the flowing flame sand field. The flowing flame sand field was shrouded in blistering heat all year round. Origin-returning realm masters couldn't enter it at all, and it was only at specific times that Saint Kings were able to enter. However, the flowing flame sand field wasn't completely covered in heat. It was actually a set of large circular rings divided into several layers. The outermost ring was a flame area that was constantly shrouded in blistering heat, and the deeper one went, the hotter and more dangerous it became. In this flame area there were some precious treasures, but what was more common was precious ores. These ores had been baked by heat for many years and were extremely pure, some of them even directly usable for artifact refining. The quality of these ores was also extremely high, several times better than those mined outside. The greatest danger inside the flame area wasn't the unbearable heat though, but the fire spirit beasts and flowing flame flying fires. These were the real threats. Fire spirit beasts were a type of fire attribute energy amalgamation. Once the ambient aura reached a certain concentration, it would take on a physical form that normally mirrored the appearance of monster beasts. Their bodies seemed both real and illusory all at once. The more solid the body was, the more powerful it would be, but regardless of the height of their strength, all of them lacked sentience. Physical and divine sense attacks were basically ineffective against these creatures, and only Saint Chi-based attacks could destroy them. It was best to use ice attribute attacks or artifacts against them. Almost everyone who entered the flowing flame sand field would prepare such artifacts. Within the body of a fire spirit beast was a valuable treasure called a fire crystal stone. Fire crystal stones were used to refine some special pills and artifacts, and when used could greatly improve the quality of the refined pill or artifact. The alchemy and artifact refining levels on Shadowed Star were stuck at origin grade low rank, so if one wanted to refine an origin grade mid-rank pill and artifact, fire crystal stones were essential. Because of the preciousness of fire crystal stones, many of the disciples sent into the flowing flame sand field by the various great forces would specifically hunt fire spirit beasts. Some other cultivators from small families and small forces also entered with similar thoughts, planning to reap great profits from selling fire crystal stones. This kind of treasure was only available inside the flowing flame sand field and was greatly sought after by alchemists and artifact refiners alike. If Brother Yang comes across a fully manifested fire spirit beast, don't fight against it. A completely solid fire spirit beast is almost equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast. Not something easy to handle, Wei Guchang warned seriously. Ninth-order monster beasts were equivalent to human race origin returning realm masters. Saint King naturally wouldn't be their opponent, and one accident may result in being killed. After saying so, though, Wei Guchang grinned and said, "But that kind of fire spirit beast is incredibly rare, basically impossible to encounter." Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "I understand about fire spirit beasts now, but what was that flowing flame flying fire you mentioned?" Wei Guchang's expression immediately became serious again as he solemnly said, "Flowing flame flying fires are far more dangerous than fire spirit beasts. Fortunately, there are very few of them compared to the number of fire spirit beasts. Flowing flame flying fires are extremely rare, and most people who enter the flowing flame sand field will never even encounter one, and those who do, normally just catch a glimpse of one from a distance. But Brother Yang should not underestimate flowing flame flying fires. This strange thing is extremely fast, even faster than the speed one can spread their divine sense, making it extremely difficult to detect. It's even possible for one to fly past you, and you do not even notice it." Yang Kai couldn't help wearing a stern expression upon hearing this. Something that could move faster than one could spread their divine sense was worthy of attention. The danger isn't just related to its incredible speed, though, but rather the damage it can do. If one isn't prepared or their strength is insufficient, once they are hit by a flowing flame flying fire, their soul will be immediately incinerated. Elder Chen told me that every time the flowing flame sand field opens, some unlucky fellows are killed by flowing flame flying fires. Isn't that simply an unavoidable disaster? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Wei Guchang laughed. Brother Yang is right. It's truly a misfortune impossible to guard against. But those who dare to enter the flowing flame sand field all must be psychologically prepared to bear a certain amount of risk. So if one is hit by a flowing flame flying fire and dies, they can only blame themselves. Suddenly, Dong Shenner pursed her lips and laughed. "Senior brother, you've only been talking about the dangers of the flowing flame flying fire, but you've yet to tell Senior Brother Yang about its benefits." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise, wondering what kind of benefits this flowing flame flying fire could possibly have. Wei Guchang laughed and nodded. "I was just about to explain that part. Flowing flame flying fires are truly frightening existences, but they are also extremely precious treasures. Brother Yang should know that some people possess spiritual energy with different attributes." "Yes, Brother Wei means cultivators with mutated knowledge seas?" Yang Kai expression changed. "Precisely. Some cultivators possess special knowledge seas that are filled with peculiar properties, such as the conflagrated knowledge sea, the toxic knowledge sea, and frost knowledge sea. These mutated knowledge seas differ greatly from the knowledge seas of ordinary cultivators, and every one of them grants its possessor extraordinary powers. Needless to say, the conflagrated knowledge sea is the most sought-after mutated knowledge sea for alchemists and artifact refiners, while frost and toxic knowledge seas are able to unleash incredibly potent divine sense attacks. Of course, mutated knowledge seas are extremely rare. Some people innately possess them, while others are able to acquire them by cultivating specific secret arts. Such secret arts are incredibly rare, though. Even my Shadow Moon Hall does not possess such a secret art. There are also some who are able to obtain a mutated knowledge sea through some kind of fortuitous encounter. Yang Kai understood this point well, as his own conflagrated knowledge sea was obtained by accident. At that time, he had simply wanted to refine the jade true spirit which had been born inside a large piece of yang crystal jade to enhance his strength. But through a series of coincidences he wound up with a mutated knowledge sea. Yang Kai was more aware of the wonders of a conflagrated knowledge sea than anyone. The flowing flame flying fire is considered a precious treasure because by refining it there is a chance one can obtain a mutated knowledge C, specifically a conflagrated knowledge C. Wei Guchang eyes lit up. Brother Yang, you should know that all alchemists and artifact refiners dream about obtaining a conflagrated knowledge C. So if you can capture a flowing flame flying fire, those artifact refiners and alchemists would be willing to pay any price to obtain it. Saying so, Wei Guchang observed Yang Kai stealthily. Because of Qian Tong, Wei Guchang believed there was an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai. Since his master was a grandmaster artifact refiner, there was no reason for him to not desire a flowing flame flying fire, and as a disciple, Yang Kai should naturally be thinking about obtaining one to present to his master. To his disappointment, though, Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care about this in the slightest. Wei Guchang quickly added, "Of course, trying to obtain a mutated knowledge C is not without risks. It is very likely that before one's knowledge C can mutate it will instead be burnt to ash by the flowing flame flying fire. In any case, Brother Yang should simply keep this information in the back of his head. It's essentially impossible to encounter a flowing flame flying fire in the first place. But if you do, avoiding it should be your first priority." Yang Kai nodded, his face showing nothing but calm, but actually thinking to himself that, if he encountered one of these things, he should try to snatch it. A flowing flame flying fire could allow an ordinary cultivator's knowledge C to mutate into a conflagrated knowledge C but might also incinerate their soul. However, since he already had a conflagrated knowledge C, Yang Kai probably didn't need to worry about such negative possibilities. That about covers the essential information about the flame area. In addition to resisting the heat, one only needs to pay attention to the fire spirit beasts and flowing flame flying fires. Also, the heat at the very perimeter of the flame area is not the same as the deeper regions. As one walks further, the heat grows more intense and more difficult to resist. However, if one can pass through the outermost flame area and enter the second layer, they'll arrive at a true paradise. Why do you say that? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Because the second layer is a treasure area, devoid of the blistering heat of the flame area, and instead filled with precious treasures and monster beasts. After entering second layer, as long as one can protecting themselves from other cultivators and the few powerful monster beasts, they will be able to obtain a rich harvest. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There's also such an area? Of course. Otherwise the flowing flame sand field would not have such great appeal. Although there are some types of treasures which can only be found in high-temperature regions, there aren't many of them. Without the treasure area, the appeal of the flowing flame sand field would be reduced by at least half. Wei Guchang looked at Yang Kai with a smile, very satisfied with Yang Kai's excited expression. We senior brother and junior sister pair are aiming for the treasure area this time. There are others from the sect who are tasked with hunting fire spirit beasts this time, so there's no need for us to spend time on that. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had extremely high status in Shadow Moon Hall, so they naturally would not be assigned these mundane hunting and killing tasks. While their junior brothers and junior sisters took care of that, the two of them were responsible for obtaining as much as possible from the treasure area. This was the case not only in Shadow Moon Hall, but also among the other great forces. Disciples from these sects would split up with more than half assigned to hunt fire spirit beasts in the flame area for flame crystal stones, while the elites would head for the treasure area to look for precious treasures and search for their own opportunities. So the flowing flame sand field is divided into 2 layers? Yang Kai was surprised by this news. More than 2, actually. Wei Guchang shook his head. If one continued deeper into the treasure area, they will come across a second flame area. The second flame area is far more dangerous than the outermost flame area, though an Elder Qin has strictly prohibited us from entering it. Since there is a second flame area, is there a second treasure area? Yang Kai expression changed. That's not clear, as no one from my Shadow Moon Hall has ever made it through the second flame area. Many elite disciples have tried, but all of them died. Even other great forces like Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Sect probably don't know what the situation inside is like. So that means everyone is concentrated in the 2 outermost layers? You could say that, but Brother Yang does not need to worry. That damned place is enormous, and without using some special communication methods, It's even possible to not encounter anyone the half-a-year period. Why half a year? Right? I forgot to tell Brother Yang that each time the flowing flame sand field will only open for half a year. Once the half-year deadline is reached, everyone will be sent out. No one can stay inside any longer. In addition, it's impossible to use star shuttles or even fly inside. If we want to move around, we have to depend on our respective movement skills to increase our speed. This is actually the most frustrating point. Wei Guchang shook his head and said, looking slightly dissatisfied, if it weren't for the inexplicable power which made it impossible to fly, those who entered the flowing flame sand field would be able to reap many more times the benefits. Hearing this though, Yang Kai was secretly pleased. He didn't know about what methods others had to boost their speed, but he actually had his wind and thunder wings. Although the wind and thunder wings were mainly used for flying, they would dramatically increase his speed even if he was simply running. The only question now was whether he would be able to use his wind and thunder wings inside. It wasn't a flight-type artifact, so its use shouldn't be restricted, but Yang Kai would have to wait until he entered to test them out. Also, Brother Yang should know that although we will enter the flowing flame sand field from the same entrance, the place we will be sent to is somewhat random, which is why each of us must bring a special communication artifact if we wish to find one another inside. When Wei Guchang said these words, Dong Xian'er immediately took out a communication artifact from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Communication artifacts were refined in sets, and generally speaking, there would only be 7 or 8 such artifacts in a set. Of course, there was no upper limit, but why would any artifact refiner go through the trouble of making so many copies? Each communication artifact could only pass messages to another communication artifact of the same set, so there was no need to worry about an outsider secretly eavesdropping on one's communications. Chen Tong had given Yang Kai a communication artifact last time, but that was only useful for sending messages between the two of them. The one Dong Xian'er had just handed him was different. Yang Kai also had a communication artifact he could use to contact Wu Yi and Yang Yen. There were several such artifacts in Yang Kai's space ring. Although Yang Kai had no intention to act together with Wei Guchang and the others, he still accepted the communication artifact and stuffed it into his space ring. Junior sister, did I miss anything? Wei Guchang asked Dong Xian'er, worried he might have overlooked something that would cause Yang Kai to run into danger inside. I don't believe so. Dong Xian'er shook her head lightly. Then that's that for now. If Brother Yang thinks up anything else to ask, don't hesitate to. Wei Guchang smiled. Of course. Wei Guchang was actually quite a talkative person, and after gradually getting acquainted with Yang Kai, the topics he brought up also increased. From the distribution of the great forces on Shadowed Star to the well-known talents of the younger generation, Wei Guchang clearly and eloquently described them all, allowing Yang Kai to benefit a lot. He also intentionally or unintentionally tried to bring up the topic of the outside world, but whenever he did, Yang Kai would subtly steer the conversation away from it. After failing 2 or 3 times in this approach, Wei Guchang no longer mentioned it. He thought Yang Kai didn't want to discuss the greater wonders of the outside world, but the truth was that Yang Kai simply didn't know much about it in the first place. Since entering the star field, he had only ever been to Water Moon Star and Rainfall Star, both of which belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so he had no knowledge of the star field's other locations or great forces. Dong Xian'er, on the other hand, had a quiet demeanor. Most of the time she was quietly meditating, occasionally revealing the look of a happy young woman, as if being embraced by Wei Guchang like this was all that mattered to her. One day later, Yang Kai clearly felt that the temperature in the air rise and the landscape down below also became more barren, the forests giving way to a reddish-brown desert that became hotter and more desolate the further they flew. The flowing flame sand field had existed on Shadowed Star for innumerable years, and the scorching temperatures it gave off had already affected the surrounding environment. At a certain moment, Yang Kai lifted his eyes and stared off into the distance to see a glowing red region on the horizon that was giving off such intense heat that the air around it had become distorted. That's the edge of the flowing flame sand field. Wei Guchang pointed to the dark red energy curtain up ahead and said in a dignified tone, from the looks of it, it should be a few more days until the flowing flame sand field officially opens. Is there any way to tell? Yang Kai asked. The changing color of the energy curtain is the most obvious way. When it turns into a light shade of red, we can enter through the entrances. But now, anyone who tries to enter will die. Wei Guchang breathed in lightly as a look of dread flashed across his face. After flying for a while longer, the trio finally arrived roughly 50 kilometers outside the flowing flame sand field. At this time, there were already around 500 people gathered. These people were divided up into groups of different sizes and were occupying good spots to sit in meditation and save up their strength. It seemed that they had all arrived here early to wait for the flowing flame sand field to open. When these people noticed Yang Kai and his group arriving, many of them couldn't help turning to check them out. The people here were mostly Saint Kings, with a few origin returning realm masters scattered amongst them, likely elders here leading their respective forces teams. However, at the forwardmost position there was a distinct group of origin realm masters standing at the edge of the flowing flame sand field, seemingly observing the changes in the energy curtain diligently. This group of masters were representatives from Shadowed Star's most powerful sects, and many of them were in the Third Order origin realm. Many of them had been here for months or even half a year, so they could pass information about the flowing flame sand field back to their respective sects as quickly as possible, allowing their forces to prepare early. Shadow Moon Hall was located quite far from here, so naturally, it had come later than others. After the trio landed, they simply found an empty place to occupy. Wei Guchang glanced around for a moment before saying, "Brother Yang, you wait here, junior sister, and I need to go greet the martial uncles from our sect, lest they complain about us being ill-mannered. Brother Wei doesn't need to concern himself with me." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang and Dong Shen'er summoned their star shuttles again before flying off in a certain direction, disappearing a moment later. Yang Kai didn't pay them any mind and instead began looking around at his surroundings. The cultivators who had come here were all in groups, the smallest of which only had 20 members, while others were similar to Shadow Moon Hall and had around 50 gathered in one place. Many of the people here were also looking at Yang Kai with curiosity, but the majority of these people's faces were filled with disdain. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, and he had arrived here with only Wei Guchang and Dong Shen'er, so it was easy for others to mistakenly think they were from a small family force only capable of sending out 3 people, similar to the small forces attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai had only just sat down when a pair of people leisurely walked over and stood in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Yang Kai saw that these two had come from a group that had around 30 people in it. Being able to have 30 entry quotas for the flowing flame sand field meant that, while incomparable to Shadow Moon Hall, the force these two came from was not small. And it wasn't just these two. Many people from other groups had also stood up and were clearly planning to approach him, but these 2 young men just happened to be the fastest, so the others could only temporarily stand where they were and observe. Why are they looking for me? Yang Kai was puzzled. The 2 men in front of him were both young, probably in their 30s or 40s, with one of them having reached the Third Order Saint King realm while the other was just a First Order Saint King. Neither of them seemed to be particularly wicked, but the Third Order Saint King had a number of scars on his face, giving him a somewhat fierce impression. "Friend," the man with scars on his face bluntly called out, "are you also planning to enter the flowing flame sand field?" Although there was nothing wrong with what this young man asked, Yang Kai could clearly hear the snide disdain in his tone. The other man behind the one who spoke was staring at Yang Kai fixedly, as if Yang Kai had something he very much wanted. Yang Kai didn't want to talk to these two, but this time he had come here together with Shadow Moon Hall, so if any kind of conflict started, it might make things difficult for Qian Tong. So after thinking about it for a moment, he patiently nodded and replied, "Yes." The man grinned. "You're not very strong. Entering will be quite dangerous. That's for me to worry about." Yang Kai vaguely guessed what these two wanted. After all, Qian Tong had said that quotas to enter the flowing flame sand field could be transferred. The others who had stood up just now probably had similar intentions, but this scarred man had managed to act faster than any of them could. Sure enough, the man with the scars shook his head and said, "I'm telling you this for your own good. I saw there was only 3 of you, and that man and the woman seemed to be a couple, so after going inside they probably won't care about you and there's a good chance you'll die a miserable death." He was speaking in hyperbole, and wore an exaggerated look of concern on his face, as if he was truly worried about Yang Kai's safety. However, when he saw Yang Kai's expression remain completely indifferent and unafraid, the scarred man couldn't help annoyed and got straight to the point. "I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested?" "No." Yang Kai refused decisively. Now that he knew what they wanted to do, Yang Kai was too lazy to talk to them anymore. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse." The scarred man grinned as he squatted down and whispering, "Friend, you see, just entering the flowing flame sand field will put your life at risk. In the end, you want to go in to obtain some benefits, right? I have a proposition that will let you obtain some benefits without worry about your life." Saying so, he retrieved an artifact from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact. Its quality is quite good. I'll give it to you. I believe that after friend refines it, your strength will definitely rise a lot. And, of course, I'm not giving it away for free. I want your entry pass in exchange." "What's an entry pass?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. "It's the pass that lets you enter the flowing flame sand field. Don't try to act dumb." The First Order Saint King, who had been staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, suddenly shouted. "There's such a thing?" Yang Kai frowned. He really hadn't heard anything about this from Wei Guchong, and Chen Tong hadn't mentioned it either. Seeing Yang Kai's dazed look, the scarred man thought he was feigning ignorance and couldn't help sneering. "Friend should not reject this face-saving offer. My junior brother just wants to join our flowing flame sand field expedition. Unfortunately, my Blue Sparrow sect doesn't have enough quotas. Your quota, however, can solve this problem for us. Besides, it's not like I'm trying to take your entry pass for nothing. Haven't I already given you a precious artifact? You want to buy my entry pass for a mere Saint King grade low-rank artifact?" Yang Kai sneered. "Forget about whether I have this entry pass thing you're talking about or not. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell it to you. Does friend intend to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Can you show me your space ring?" The scar-faced man also gloomily. "You want to see my space ring? Do you have the ability?" Yang Kai's expression went cold. Each cultivator's space ring was their most private of possessions. In general, it would be impossible for others to make such a rude request. The words of the scarred man made Yang Kai enraged. It was no different from having directly slapped his face. "Senior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Just snatch it. He wouldn't dare try to fight back." The First Order Saint King cultivator seemed incredibly keen on entering the flowing flame sand field and couldn't help urging the scarred man on. Seeing the scarred man still looking a little hesitant, this First Order Saint King actually stepped forward and grabbed towards Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's patience had already reached its limit. These two men had been saying whatever they wanted in front of him while trying to rob him under the guise of doing business. It was truly repugnant. So, seeing the First Order Saint King try to grab him, Yang Kai didn't evade and instead seized the other party's outstretched hand. How could a trivial First Order Saint King avoid Yang Kai's attack? Caught completely off guard, this man soon found his hand inexplicably grasped by the opponent he had been looking down on a moment ago. Before this man could even figure out what was happening, a startling cracking sound rang out. Looking down, this man saw that his arm had been twisted into an impossible angle by the other party. Severe pain suddenly hit him, and he let out a terrible scream as great beads of sweat began dripping from his forehead. "You dare!" The scarred man didn't react until he heard the scream, but seeing his junior brother suffer such a big loss, he immediately pushed his Saint Chi and punched towards Yang Kai's face. This fist was filled with vigorous strength, and from the spot he was targeting, it was obvious he wanted to kill Yang Kai. Before this punch could reach him, though, Yang Kai directly dragged the scarred man's junior brother into its path. The scarred man saw this, panicked, and tried to withdraw his strength but was only able to take back about half of it. With a muffled thud, that junior brother was knocked to the ground twitching. His body curled up and his face paled. Before the scarred man could recover his stance, Yang Kai sent a punch straight into his face. With another muffled thud, the scarred man was sent flying through the air, tumbling a few times before cratering heavily, throwing up a cloud of dust. This man was a Third Order Saint King, so if not for his junior brother being injured just now, disrupting his focus greatly, he would not have so easily been beaten by Yang Kai. At the very least he would have been able to exchange a few moves. However, his negligence allowed Yang Kai's plan to succeed. This incident happened far too rapidly, with less than a breath of time passing between when the First Order Saint King cultivator was caught by Yang Kai to the time the scarred man hit the ground. This made the other cultivators who had been secretly paying attention to the movement here gasp as they stared with dumbstruck looks. Had this First Order Saint King defeated a Third Order Saint King in a single move? Even if the latter had been somewhat careless, wasn't something like this still impossible? Which family does that boy come from? How is he so fierce? Fortunately, I wasn't the one to jump out just now. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd be the one lying there instead of Yin Jian. It's over for this kid though. Although his strength clearly isn't normal, he must be brain dead to hit Yin Jian in front of so many Blue Sparrow sect disciples. Even his family won't survive this. Whispers spread amongst the surrounding crowd instantly. The nearly 30 disciples from Blue Sparrow sect all wore cold expressions as they stood up together and glared towards Yang Kai, rapidly moving to surround him. From the Blue Sparrow sect group, only an old man at the Second Order Origin returning realm remained in place as he glanced over grimly towards this scene. Although he would not lower his own status to deal with this matter personally, he also didn't stop his disciples from seeking vengeance. Obviously, he intended to let his disciples teach Yang Kai a lesson. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had been surrounded by 30 people. These people all stared at him menacingly, many of them laughing lowly, their voices sounding quite gloomy. The scarred man named Yin Jian climbed up from the ground with difficulty, his expression still filled with a look of shock. He hadn't imagined he would suffer such a big loss at Yang Kai's hand, so after getting to his feet, his face couldn't help going from blue to white. The other First Order Saint King whose arm had been broken by Yang Kai was in a far worse condition though, still howling in pain as he kneeled nearby. "Stop!" Yin Jian shouted angrily, stopping his fellow disciples from attacking Yang Kai, his eyes blurring with aggressive light as murderous intent pulsed from his body. Naturally, he had to wash this shame away himself in order to recover his face. "Boy, you really have guts. Father here only wanted to do some honest business with you, but rather than discussing things like an honest man you actually dared to launch a sneak attack." Yin Jian cracked his neck and shouted, treating his loss just now as a result of his own carelessness and Yang Kai's deviousness rather than him being weaker than his opponent. Sure enough, after he said these words, many people who were watching showed looks of comprehension, thinking that Yin Jian had suffered a loss just now only because he had been sneak attacked. "Business!" Yang Kai sneered, his expression growing cold as he shouted loudly, "Buying and selling by compulsion is your idea of honest business?" An unnatural expression flashed on Yin Jian's face, and he decided to no longer continue arguing over this issue, instead just coldly snorting and declaring, "Don't talk nonsense, boy. You dared to hurt me and my junior brother. So today I will surely cripple you." Saying so, Yin Jian pushed his Saint Chi fully and summoned out a broadsword artifact. Having taken Yang Kai's fist just now, Yin Jian understood that there was something off about this First Order Saint King. So he had immediately summoned his artifact, hoping to end this battle as quickly as possible to avoid suffering another embarrassment at Yang Kai's hands. If he were to suffer another loss, no amount of words would be enough to cover his incompetence. This kid was a trivial disciple from some unknown small family, without any elders present to lead or protect him, so even if Yin Jian killed him here, at most Blue Sparrow sect would have to pay some Saint Crystals to settle the matter. It might even be possible to brush this matter off entirely if this kid's background was small enough. Yin Jian had not placed the force behind Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But before Yin Jian could launch his attack, a burst of laughter came from afar. Interesting, this way had only left for a moment, yet someone actually came over and is now trying to ride atop my Shadow Moon Hall's head. Shadow Moon Hall? Yin Jian was startled and quickly swept Yang Kai up and down, a flurried look appearing on his face. The 30 or so disciples of Blue Sparrow sects surrounding Yang Kai also went pale. Not far away, Wei Guchong, who was surrounded by a dark mist, strode forward, a pitch-black ball of energy casually being tossed about with his hand like some kind of toy. This black ball of energy clearly contained a fearful amount of power though. A suffocating amount of pressure emanated from him, causing the faces of the disciples from Blue Sparrow sect to all turn incomparably ugly. Dong Xin'er followed closely behind him, and also seemed to have a kind of inexplicable energy flowing about her. A faint wind caressing her tender body, adding a hint of radiance to her beautiful appearance. "Are you from Shadow Moon Hall?" Yin Jian no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai as he asked quickly. "Although it has nothing to do with you, I'll still tell you. I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai stared at him mockingly. "If you want to fight, just fight. You don't need to worry about Shadow Moon Hall retaliating." A moment ago, Yin Jian was behaving extremely domineeringly, but as soon as Wei Guchang said the words, Shadow Moon Hall, he immediately became like a mouse who saw a cat. Listening to the ridicule in Yang Kai's words, Yin Jian's complexion became ugly. Although he was incredibly angry on the inside, he didn't dare to openly display hostility towards Yang Kai anymore. Wei Guchang brought Dong Xin'er together with him, and the Blue Sparrow sect disciple in front of him involuntarily parted, allowing him to easily walk over to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Wei Guchang looked at Yang Kai and found him unharmed, allowing him to feel relieved. Although Chen Tong had said Yang Kai had killed a cultivator at the Third Order Saint King, that was nothing but hearsay. Seeing was believing. Wei Guchang didn't know the true extent of Yang Kai's strength, but seeing him here surrounded by 30 people, yet not showing the slightest sign of anxiety, Wei Guchang was secretly surprised. Without real ability, it would be impossible to remain so indifferent. Was Yang Kai confident he could escape from the siege of 30 Saint Kings? Brother Wei arrived a little early. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Wei Guchang was surprised once more, suddenly discovering that Yang Kai was not the peaceful type. In fact, he still seemed eager to fight it out with these disciples from Blue Sparrow sect. Wei Guchang, he's Wei Guchang. Among the Blue Sparrow sect disciples in the surrounding, someone who recognized Wei Guchang couldn't help shouting. Although none of these Blue Sparrow sect disciples had ever met him, Wei Guchang had openly declared he was from Shadow Moon Hall while announcing his surname as Wei. Coupled with his Saint King realm cultivation and incredible imposing manner, he could only be Wei Guchang. On top of that, it was well known that Wei Guchang from Shadow Moon Hall was always together with a woman named Dong Xin'er. So seeing the beautiful yet equally powerful woman beside him, if the people from Blue Sparrow sect couldn't guess Wei Guchang's identity, then they'd really be blind. Among Shadowed Star's young generation, Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Yin Su Dai, Wei Guchang, Dong Xin'er, and a few other outstanding talents had world-shaking reputations. However, Wei Guchang wasn't like Chu Changfeng, who liked to show off and was usually very low-key. So many even among Shadow Moon Hall's disciples had only heard his name but never met him. This did nothing to hinder the deterrence his name carried though. After knowing that this person was Wei Guchang, Yin Jian's expression fluctuated wildly as his mouth filled with bitterness. If he had known this information earlier, how could he have brought his junior brother over to Yang Kai to try to buy his entry pass? He would have avoided him at mere sight. How could he deliver himself up to be humiliated? Unlike the annoyance and bitterness Yin Jian was feeling, the other cultivators who had previously been thinking of trying to buy Yang Kai's entry pass were currently rejoicing. All of them were grateful Yin Jian had acted so swiftly. Otherwise the ones suffering this embarrassment would not be Blue Sparrow sect but themselves. "Brother Yang, what happened?" Wei Guchang asked curiously. He really had just left with Dong Xin'er a moment ago to greet their martial uncles Wang and Yen. But the moment they returned they saw Yang Kai surrounded. Yang Kai didn't seem like the type to look for trouble, so how did this situation come to be? "It's nothing much. This guy just brought his junior brother over to buy my entry pass for the Flowing Flame Sandfield." "Brother Wei, what is this entry pass thing? Why didn't you mention it before?" Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang curiously. "Ah, sorry, I forgot about that." Wei Guchang scratched his head and apologized. "But you can't blame me. I hadn't gotten the entry passes yet. They're being kept by Elder Qian right now. When he comes here, he will distribute them to everyone. When the Flowing Flame Sand Field opens, anyone who wants to enter through the entrances will need to present an entry pass, otherwise the seniors on guard won't allow them though." These entry passes were specially manufactured by masters from the various great forces, so they're impossible to counterfeit or copy. Right? In addition to the entry pass that Elder Chen will later distribute, he will also give each of us something called a yuan magnetic compass. After entering the flowing flame sand field, we'll need to depend on that thing to determine our direction. I see. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Something Wei Guchang wasn't responsible for wasn't something Yang Kai would expect him to tell him about. Additionally, it didn't seem to be something important in the short term, so he didn't think much of this. After Qian Tong arrived, Yang Kai would have naturally understood. As the two of them were chatting, the disciples of Blue Sparrow sect felt incredibly uncomfortable. These few obviously didn't put them in their eyes. Otherwise, how could they casually be discussing entry passes and yuan magnetic compasses while ignoring them? Waiting for Wei Guchang and Yang Kai to finish talking, Yin Jian struggled to cup his fists and politely said, "Originally, it was Brother Guchang from Shadow Moon Hall. Did I allow you to call me Brother Guchang?" Wei Guchang interrupted him immediately, displaying an overbearing arrogance that caused Yin Jian's face to twitch and flush red. But even so, the latter didn't dare to complain. Although both of them were third-order Saint Kings, Yin Jian knew that if he really fought Wei Guchang, he would only last a few moves before being defeated. All of these famous young talents possessed such extraordinary ability. So Yin Jian also had some self-knowledge. Yin Jian was the top disciple among Blue Sparrow sect's younger generation, and although his reputation wasn't as prominent as that of Wei Guchang, he was indeed qualified to call him Brother Guchang. Every time he had dealt with geniuses from other great forces, he had addressed them as such, and no one had raised a fuss. However, Wei Guchang didn't give him the slightest bit of face this time, causing Yin Jian to feel quite embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, he tried again. "Brother Wei, were you the one who just said you would surely cripple Brother Yang?" Wei Guchang stared at Yin Jian coldly, the accusatory tone in his voice clear to any who heard it. Qian Tong had made him travel ahead with Yang Kai in order to give him a chance to form a good relationship, but Wei Guchang had never expected that the moment he let Yang Kai out of his sight, trouble would find him, annoying him greatly. Naturally, Wei Guchang had no intention of simply letting this matter drop. If he couldn't even handle such a minor incident, he wouldn't be eligible to associate with Yang Kai. It was just a misunderstanding. If I had known this friend was from Shadow Moon Hall— "I said I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai interrupted him again. Yin Jian's face turned red, really not knowing what to say. In front of 30 of his junior brothers and junior sisters, humbling himself in front of Wei Guchang was already a massive loss of face. But how could he have anticipated that these people would actually be so relentless? Yin Jian quickly understood that if he couldn't show enough sincerity here, he wouldn't be able to resolve this situation peacefully. Choking down his anger and depression, Yin Jian declared, "This time, it was this Yin's mistake. This Yin had eyes but failed to see. I ask Brother Wei and this friend to not haggle over this matter." Saying so, he cupped his fists quickly before turning around and trying to lead his sect brothers and sisters far away from this troublesome place. "You think you can just swagger over then waltz off as you please?" Wei Guchang coldly snorted. He most despised this kind of man who could bully the weak but feared the strong. If Yin Jian had dared to fight against him, perhaps he would have been willing to let him off. But this fellow who only knew how to bluff and bluster could only elicit disdain from Wei Guchang. In comparison, Yang Kai, who was able to calmly stand his ground, even when surrounded by 30 people, was worthy of his admiration. Yin Jian froze in place, his fists clenched tightly as blue veins popped up on his forehead. Gritting his teeth as he squeezed out his voice. "What more does Brother Wei want? My junior brother's arm was already broken by this friend here, and I took a punch to my face while your friend hasn't suffered any loss." "No? Hasn't suffered any loss? I doubt that. After all, you were all surrounding him by the time I arrived. Even if Brother Yang didn't suffer any physical harm, what about the psychological trauma and fear he must have suffered?" Yang Kai maintained an indifferent face as he nodded slightly. The several dozen disciples from Blue Sparrow sect all gawked when they heard this. This person was frightened? Clearly he was completely fearless, the type to not even blink if a blade was resting on his neck. So how could he now claim to have been afraid? Obviously, Wei Guchang was shamelessly speaking nonsense. However, even if they knew Wei Guchang and Yang Kai were acting out a bad play, no one dared question them. Knowing these two were deliberately looking for trouble, who would be stupid enough to jump into the fiery pit they opened? Brother Yang, it must have been terrifying. Wei Guchang turned to Yang Kai with a serious look and said in a forlorn tone, Brother Wei, just name a price. This Yin will not decline? Yin Jian sighed helplessly, his left eye completely bloodshot, possibly from rage or possibly because of Yang Kai's punch just now. 1,000,000 Saint Crystals. Wei Guchang didn't beat around the bush any further and immediately sent out a number. Brother Wei, don't go too far. Yin Jian grimaced and gritted his teeth. Do you really expected me to just be able to take out 1,000,000 Saint Crystals? Blue Sparrow sect was indeed a powerful force, but it was impossible for Yin Jian to be carrying so many Saint Crystals on him all the time. You don't even have a trivial 1,000,000 Saint Crystals, yet you wanted to buy Brother Yang's entry pass? Is the space between your ears filled with nothing but hot air? Yang Kai shot a glance over at Wei Guchang in surprise, suddenly discovering that this guy wasn't as calm and straightforward as his appearance portrayed. In fact, he was quite ruthless and sinister, with a tricky, forked tongue. It reminded Yang Kai to not rush to judge a person by their face. Yang Kai began wondering what Wei Guchang was like when he was alone with Dong Xianer. From how quiet and temperate she seemed, Yang Kai estimated Dong Xianer had eaten quite a few losses at his hands. Yin Jian felt like flames are about to spout from his nostrils, and from his exasperated expression it was clear he wanted to simply fight it out with Wei Guchang. Some of the other Blue Sparrow sect disciples turned their attention towards a different direction, seeking help from the second-order origin returning realm elder who had escorted them here. However, this old man remained where he was with an ugly look on his face. Although he noticed his sect's disciples silently begging for rescue, he didn't show any intention of meddling. Blue Sparrow sect was truly in the wrong here, but fortunately, it had simply been a conflict between the younger generation up until now. However, if an old man like him was to step in, that would go against the unwritten customs of such situations. Blue Sparrow sect had origin returning realm masters here, but Shadow Moon Hall also had some. If he really dared to step forward, it would only make the situation worse. Therefore, even if he felt deep anger in his heart, he could only stand there and watch from a distance. This was not a matter he could easily intervene in. Then how many Saint Crystals do you have? Wei Guchang hurried the conversation along. Yin Jian glanced around at his junior brothers and sisters, quickly exchanging a few words with them before dejectedly saying, 500,000. Wei Guchang glanced over at Yang Kai, with the latter indifferently saying, Fine then, 500,000. It should barely be enough to make up for the wounds on my heart. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't care about a trivial 500,000 Saint Crystals, but since these people from Blue Sparrow sect dared to provoke him, they had to pay a certain price. Him not immediately slaughtering these people was already the best result possible. As for these people's loss of face, since Wei Guchang didn't pay it any mind, neither would Yang Kai. When Yin Jian brought his junior brother to buy his entry pass by compulsion, did he give a single thought to Yang Kai's face? Fortunately, his skill could not be judged by common sense. Had Yang Kai been an ordinary cultivator from a small family, Yin Jian would have robbed him of his pass already. 500,000 then, hurry up! Wei Guchang shouted, snorting with discontent. You'd best be thankful for Brother Yang's magnanimity, letting you off for a trivial 500,000 Saint Crystals. If it were me, if I didn't leave here with all your underpants, I would no longer be called Wei Guchang. Immediately after he spoke these words, Wei Guchang's face cramped up noticeably. Before anyone had noticed, Dong Xianer had appeared by his side and ruthlessly pinched the soft meat around his waist, her face blushing bright red as she scolded. Can you not speak more properly? There are many female disciples among them. Not only was Dong Xianer blushing, the dozen or so female disciples from Blue Sparrow sect were also blushing, many of them shooting glares filled with resentment towards Wei Guchang. Blue Sparrow sect's 30 disciples took quite a while to collect the required 500,000 Saint Crystals. After all of them had come here to explore the flowing flame sand field which was filled with danger and crisis. Naturally, they wouldn't be carrying too many Saint Crystals on them. The saint crystals they were carrying were only meant for restoring themselves inside the flowing flame sand field. After delivering the 500,000 saint crystals to Yang Kai, Yin Jian and the others hurriedly left. A pack of gutless rats. Wei Guchang looked at the backs of this group of people and shook his head dismissively. Well, this matter is settled. There's no need to bother with them anymore, Dong Xianer said softly, deftly changing the topic. Didn't you bring your favorite fine jade wine to entertain senior brother Yang this time? Since we've arrived here so early, you might as well take it out. Right, if junior sister hadn't mentioned it, I might have completely forgotten. Wei Guchang laughed while patting his head once, the ring of his hand flashing in the next instant as he took out a table and some chairs before inviting Yang Kai to sit down. Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yen just now told us that it should be 3 days before the flowing flame sand field officially opens. Elder Chen will also not arrive for a while, so while we wait, we might as well drink. Sounds great. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, naturally having no reason to refuse. The so-called fine jade wine was taken out by Wei Guchang, and as soon as the 2 small bottles were delicately unpacked, a rich fragrance immediately filled the air, stimulating Yang Kai's nostrils greatly. Dong Xianer took out 2 plates of glistening spirit fruits from her space ring. Just from looking, it was clear these fruits weren't common treasures. Yang Kai wasn't versed in the ways of wine, so after Wei Guchang handed the bottle to him, he unceremoniously took a sip. After drinking this fine jade wine though, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually a spirit wine that could provide some benefits to a cultivator's physique and cultivation, similar to his Fei Yu Martial Ant's Thousand Safflower wine. However, this fine jade wine was clearly far higher grade than his Martial Ant's Thousand Safflower wine. After all, this was the star field, and the materials that were available were also higher end. With just a sip of wine, Yang Kai immediately felt that his Saint Qi was circulating a little faster. This liquor seemed to swiftly penetrate into every part of his body, hiding in his physique, seemingly waiting to burst out at any moment. Wei Guchang drank a big mouthful before wearing a pleasant expression on his face, explaining to Yang Kai, "This fine jade wine is something I brewed myself after collecting the ingredients on many different adventures. It can be said that no one other than I can brew it on Shadowed Star." Yang Kai, don't underestimate this spirit wine. Although it's not particularly potent, it actually has a long-term restorative effect. Drinking this bottle alone will help Brother Yang more rapidly restore his Saint Qi for the next half a month. After listening to these words, Yang Kai immediately understood that what he had sensed just now was accurate. This liquor had really seeped into his body and was simply waiting to display its effects. Thinking so, he quickly said, "I don't understand much about wine, so me drinking such a good thing seems a bit like wasting heaven's precious gifts." Wei Guchang, however, just let out a big laugh. No matter how good it is, if there is no one to share it with, it still just tastes mediocre. Xianer does not like to drink, and this way has no like-minded friends in Shadow Moon Hall. So meeting Brother Yang now is really a pleasant surprise. Brother Yang shouldn't try to act modest. Saying such words is the same as not giving me any face. Yang Kai didn't know if these words were truly heartfelt or the result of Qian Tong's orders, but regardless of the case, Wei Guchang seemed intent on getting along with him. "Then I won't be polite," Yang Kai laughed, learning from Wei Guchang's example and taking a big swig of the wine, after which he offered liberal praise. Dong Xianer sat quietly to the side, a happy smile adorning her face as she glanced between Wei Guchang and Yang Kai, her quiet demeanor making her seem all the more beautiful. Whether it was the atmosphere or the alcohol, Yang Kai couldn't help being moved by the scenery around him and recalling some fond memories. If Su Yan or Xianing Chang were here at the moment, would they be the same as Dong Xianer, sitting peacefully beside him? For these women, as long as they could be with the man they loved, even if the heavens collapsed, they wouldn't show the slightest frown. After about half a day, Qian Tong led a group of 200 people to the vicinity of the flowing flame sand field. He hurriedly said a few words to his sect's disciples and the cultivators who had followed him here, then went to discuss something with the other 2 origin returning realm masters from Shadow Moon Hall. As if they had reached some kind of agreement beforehand, a large number of cultivators began appearing after Shadow Moon Hall made an appearance. all of them scattering about, searching for open spaces to sit down and wait. Many groups of 3 to 5 arrived one after another, each of them from small families and sects, quickly filling up the periphery of the flowing flame sand field. In less than a day, the number of cultivators gathered has reached more than 2,000, and it was clear that some were still on their way. After all, the numbers right now were too small to hail it as a legendary event. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were also surrounded by a crowd of around 70 disciples from Shadow Moon Hall. He was urging his fellow disciples about what they ought to do inside, and these Saint King Realm men and women just bobbed their head. Yang Kai didn't see any disciples from Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, or Colored Glass Sect here. Apparently, they would be entering from a different entrance. The flowing flame sand field didn't have just one access point. According to Wei Guchang, there were actually 4 entrances, one for each cardinal direction, and the various great forces would naturally select the one closest to them to enter, so there was no one place where everyone would be gathering. Compared with the excitement of the others, Yang Kai sat cross-legged alone in a remote location, seemingly content to remain by himself. However, no one came to find trouble with him anymore. Many here knew he had a close relationship with Wei Guchang, so none dared to come over and disturb him. On the other hand, the cultivators from the small family forces were constantly surrounded by disciples from more powerful sects. Their purpose was self-evident. These people all wanted to buy the entry passes from these small family cultivators. However, as more and more people arrived, the disciples from these big sects no longer tried to use strong-arm tactics like Injian and instead were going all out to persuade and bargain. Their efforts weren't in vain, as some small family cultivators really were willing to sell their entry passes to the flowing flame sand field. There were also some who were absolutely determined to enter the flowing flame sand field to seek out opportunities, making these big sect disciples waste a great deal of breath and saliva trying to convince them, frustrating them greatly. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over a certain location, he couldn't help raising his brow, standing up, and slowly walking over. In that direction, there were 2 elderly men, both of whom were wearing bitter smiles as they stood in place. There were several other people, apparently also from small family forces, who were standing around trying to persuade these 2 to sell their entry passes. 150,000 Saint Crystals. Not a crystal more. Such a price is fair. 150,000 Saint Crystals isn't a small amount. What do 2 seniors think? If you agree, we can close the deal immediately. A middle-aged man did his best to convince them. Although his cultivation realm was the same as these 2 elderly men, all of them third-order Saint Kings, but it was clear that these 2 were far older, so it wasn't inappropriate for this middle-aged man to address them as seniors. One of the 2 elderly men cupped his fists and with a forced smile said, "Several friends, it is not that we don't want to give you face. It's just that we do not have entry passes on us. Our entry passes are currently being held onto by Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian." "It doesn't matter." The middle-aged man smiled heartily. "Even if you don't have them right now, you will shortly. You can just hand over your passes after you receive them. I can even give you the Saint Crystals in advance." The middle-aged man spoke with full sincerity and immediately reached for his space ring, as if he planned on bringing out the Saint Crystals right now. The 2 elderly men looked at each other helplessly. 150,000 Saint Crystals was indeed a huge sum for them, but they were still more interested in entering the flowing flame sand field. Although they may die if they entered, there was also a chance they could gain massive benefits, even find an opportunity to break through to the originating realm. Both of them were old and had no descendants or family, so their greatest wish in this life was to break through to the returning realm before they died. What did it matter if they were to die while striving to achieve this wish? The 2 of them really did not want to sell their entry passes. Obtaining an opportunity to enter the flowing flame sand field was rare, and the 2 of them had only obtained this chance through a series of coincidences. If they couldn't hold on to it, even if they delayed their time of death, they wouldn't be satisfied. But with the middle-aged man in front of them already counting Saint Crystals, if they were to refuse now, it would only irritate the other party. Although the 2 of them had come here with Shadow Moon Hall, they had no friendship with the sect. On the contrary, Elder Qian clearly felt they weren't pleasing to the eye, so there was no way he would step forward to assist them. It was already extremely gracious of Elder Qian to even grant them 2 entry passes to the flowing flame sand field. So how could they possibly hope for more? Just as the anxiety in their hearts was reaching a breaking point, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. What's this? Is someone also trying to buy and sell by compulsion again? This voice contained a hint of ridicule, causing the middle-aged man counting Saint crystals to suddenly wear a cold expression and turn towards its source. However, after seeing who was speaking, this man immediately cupped his fists with a smile and cautiously spoke. Friend, I'm not like those arrogant disciples of Blue Sparrow sect and am certainly not trying to buy and sell by compulsion. While it's true I want to buy these 2 seniors' entry passes, I've offered them 150,000 Saint crystals as a price. If you ask around you'll understand that this is a fair price. Although this man was smiling as he explained, he was feeling incredibly bitter in his heart, wondering why this guy had suddenly run over and interfered in his business. Did he have some kind of connection with these 2 old men? One day ago, this man had witnessed the entire scene of Yang Kai and Wei Guchang dealing with Yin Jian. This first-order Saint King wasn't someone he could afford to offend. If he were to inadvertently anger him, forget about 150,000 Saint crystals, it would be at least 500,000 to simply appease him. 500,000 Saint crystals. Just thinking about it frightened him. Yang Kai. After seeing this familiar youth, the 2 old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Foreign Elder Chong. Foreign Elder Hao. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted them. Yang Kai naturally knew these 2. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered coming over to talk to them. One of them was Chang Chi while the other was Haoen, and both of them were foreign elders of Haiku family. Yang Kai had spent several months with the former one out in the starry sky while the later was often spoken highly of by Wuyi. In the Haiku family, these 2 foreign elders were the ones who treated her the best. Besides them, only one of the female foreign elders named Huang Wan had a good relationship with Wuyi. Time had proven Wuyi right. When the Haiku family's patriarch Ian went to the city lord's mansion to invite masters to deal with Yang Kai, all 3 of these foreign elders had sent messages to Wu Yi in different ways to let her leave Dragon Cave Mountain as early as possible to avoid suffering calamity. Although it was ultimately the Haiku family which suffered a calamity, Wu Yi was still deeply grateful to these 3. These days, Wu Yi would occasionally mention these 3. Unfortunately, since leaving the Haiku family, Huang Wan had disappeared without telling anyone where she was going. Chang Chi and Haoen had remained with the Haiku family and occasionally had some contact with Wu Yi. Their current embarrassed expressions were obviously due to their identities. Yang Kai and the Haiku family were quite at odds with each other, and they were still Haiku family foreign elders in name, so they were worried Yang Kai was here to find trouble with them. Therefore, when they saw Yang Kai back at Heavenly Fate City's Space Array Hall, they didn't dare to come up and say hello, half due to fear, half due to shame. But now that Yang Kai actually took the initiative to politely greet them, the 2 of them realized they had actually been overly suspicious and pessimistic. Obviously, Yang Kai had not borne a grudge against them. Naturally, Yang Kai had no hatred towards them. The entire Haiku family incident was due to its patriarch Ian having eyes but failing to see. On the contrary, Yang Kai's impression of Chang Chi and Haoen was quite good, and considering Wu Yi's worries, he felt it might be worth him looking after these 2. He wants to buy your entry passes? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Chang Chi nodded naturally. And he offered you 150,000 Saint crystals? Yang Kai asked again. They nodded again. The middle-aged man laughed wryly. Friend, as you can see, I didn't lie. On top of that, 150,000 Saint crystals is not a low offer. What do you want to do? Yang Kai ignored the middle-aged man and looked straight at Chang Chi and Haoen. If the 2 of them intended to sell their entry passes, Yang Kai wouldn't intervene. After all, it was truly quite dangerous to enter the flowing flame sand field. But if they weren't willing to sell, then Yang Kai would make sure this middle-aged man didn't pressure them any further. Yang Kai actually thought it might be better for these 2 to sell their passes. Although 150,000 Saint crystals were nothing to him, it would be a great deal of wealth to Chang Chi and Haoen. There was no need for them to risk their lives and they could obtain a large amount of Saint crystal, so why not sell? To his surprise though, Xianxia and Howen only exchanged a brief glance before resolutely shaking their heads and declaring, "We don't want to sell. We want to enter the flowing flame sand field." Yang Kai was slightly taken aback, but soon recovered and said to the middle-aged man, "Friend, I believe you heard them. My two seniors don't want to sell their entry passes." I heard. The middle-aged man nodded quickly, wearing a big forced smile before nodding. "Then I won't bother you any further. Goodbye." Saying so, he left with his colleagues. After they left, Xianxia and Howen let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Kai with astonishment. They had arrived too late to witness the Blue Sparrow sect incident, so naturally, they didn't know why this middle-aged man was so afraid of Yang Kai, actually backing off with just like that. "Two foreign elders. This place is a bit too crowded here for us to talk." Yang Kai beckoned to them as he walked over to the place he had been sitting before. Xianxia and Howen both had complicated feelings at the moment, grateful yet also awkward. However, they still followed after Yang Kai. A short time later, the trio left the noisy crowds behind and arrived at a relatively quiet place. There was nothing particularly special about this place, but it was at least empty, so all of them quickly sat down cross-legged. Xianxia had spent far more time together with Yang Kai, so he was the first to adapt to this new situation. Smiling as he asked, "You must have some questions, right?" And Yang Kai nodded. "Why did the Haiku family send the two of you?" It was also because he was curious about the situation that Yang Kai had brought these two over to chat. Entering the flowing flame sand field was a rare opportunity that had not appeared for over 400 years. The Haiku family was a small family force, so it should have been granted at most 3 quotas, so it would only make sense for such an opportunity to land in the hands of the family's elders or possibly even the patriarch himself. Yet now, Xianxia and Howen, 2 foreign elders, had actually appeared here. Xianxia let out a sigh and said, "No one wanted to come. Otherwise, how could 2 old fogies like us have picked up such a bargain? How come no one wanted to come?" Yang Kai was stunned. Howen grinned and explained, "After the previous incident, the Haiku family has become something of an eyesore to Shadow Moon Hall. Everyone, from the patriarch to the common disciples, is constantly on edge while all of the other foreign elders have fled, leaving just the 2 of us. Now, all of those direct family elders are in secluded cultivation, not daring to go out easily and meet people. Are they afraid of me?" Yang Kai suddenly understood. Essentially, Xianxia nodded. "Naturally, they are afraid you're just biding your time while plotting your revenge. Many of the Haiku family's industries have already been abandoned and En is still working hard to shrink and consolidate the family's strength. All disciples have been ordered to enter retreat. In addition, Shadow Moon Hall now finds us quite repugnant, so life has only been getting harder for the family. Now, beside myself and Brother Hao, no one from the Haiku family dares show their face in public." Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a laugh. He hadn't expected Patriarch En to act so timidly. Even if En had provoked him several times in the past, out of consideration for Wu Yi's face, Yang Kai had dropped the matter entirely. Yang Kai had no plans to seek revenge on the Haiku family, but it seems the opposite party still felt it was walking on thin ice and had decided to curl up and hide. Ultimately, they were just getting what they deserved, so although Yang Kai wasn't going to haggle over them, he also didn't sympathize with them. Elder Qian was still kind enough to give 2 quotas to the Haiku family to enter the flowing flame sand field. So Brother Hao and I rushed over. Xianxia continued, "If Brother Hao and I don't break through this time, both of us will only have a few years left to live. The 2 of us are hoping to find some kind of opportunity in the flowing flame sand field to break through while at the same time complete the agreement we made with the Patriarch." "Agreement?" Yang Kai frowned. "The Patriarch has decided to seclude the entire family, and there is no need for us foreign elders to remain. So as long as we can turn over half the benefits we obtain in the flowing flame sand field, he'll allow us to leave the Haiku family." Yang Kai's expression immediately became cold. He's still trying to take bully you too? When all the other foreign elders had left, En had not said a word. But when it was Xianxia and Howen's turn, he actually demanded they hand over half their harvest from the flowing flame sand field. En was really a crafty old miser. Without having to risk any of his own people, he could potentially obtain many good supplies and precious treasures, a perfect example of taking advantage of honest men. Yang Kai's opinion of En fell even further. Chang Qi and Howen were also somewhat strange. The other foreign elders had already left, so why had they stuck around? On top of that, they had actually agreed to En's unreasonable request. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's doubts, Chang Qi explained with a hint of weariness. Brother Hao and I have been foreign elders of the Haiku family for many years, after all. We've received many benefits during that time, so just abandoning the family now made us feel uneasy. That's why both of us agreed to the patriarch's request. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he didn't agree with how they thought, the loyalty these two showed was worthy of admiration. If not for their sense of honor and duty, they would never have agreed to such conditions. Considering all this, Yang Kai asked, "If the two of you can safely return from the flowing flame sand field this time, what do you plan to do?" Chang Qi and Howen glanced at each for a moment before slowly shaking their heads. "We've spent most of our lives in the Haiku family, so after leaving it we really don't know where to go. A third order Saint King cultivation isn't too low, but the problem is that both of us are quite old, so it's unlikely anywhere will be willing to accept us. Neither of them had children or relatives, so naturally, they had no place to turn for help." Yang Kai smiled. "If the two of you don't mind, how about coming to Dragon Cave Mountain to settle down? Wu Yi and Yu Feng often mention you and the disciples there all originally belonged to the Haiku family. If the two of you were present to manage them, I'm sure those brats would settle down." Chang Qi and Howen's eyes brightened, the former calling out in disbelief, "Can we really? Of course, it's not like Dragon Cave Mountain is some forbidden zone. This junior would be more than happy to welcome you." Yang Kai laughed. Both foreign elders' faces flushed as their beards trembled. Chang Qi replying incoherently, How would that be acceptable?" From the looks of it, these two very much wanted to go to Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was no longer what it used to be. Its peaks were shrouded in mist and the world energy aura rich enough to establish a small school or sect. Best of all, as time went on, that aura would only become denser. There's no need to feel embarrassed. None of us here are outsiders. I'd feel relieved if you two would come and help guide those young disciples in their cultivation. The two foreign elders exchanged a knowing look before simultaneously getting up and bowing deeply. "If that is the case, the two of us will not stand on ceremony." Chang Qi added, "If we can return safely this time, what's left of our short lives will be entrusted to little brother. Senior is too serious. The two of you staying alive is what's most important." Yang Kai quickly asked them to sit down before continuing. "Are two seniors fully prepared to enter the flowing flame sand field? We've made some preparations, but whether they'll be enough is questionable." Howen sighed. "Brother Chong and I spent our entire life savings to purchase 2 Saint King grade high-rank ice attribute defensive artifacts along with some healing pills. But that was all we could afford in the end. This was the difference between people. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact ordinarily cost between 30 and 40,000 Saint crystals, but because of the current situation, ice attribute defensive type artifacts had risen sharply in price, costing around 50 or 60,000 now. For these two foreign elders, that represented their entire fortune. But to Yang Kai, such a small amount of Saint crystals weren't even worth mentioning. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai pulled out 8 jade bottles from his space ring and handed them over, dividing them up evenly as he explained. 1 bottle has healing pills, while 2 have pills for restoring Saint Qi. The last one is to drive out the heat. Take them. The pills that could resist heat were the same snow and ice pills he had refined. So after Yang Kai gave Chang Qi and how in these 2 bottles he had none left for himself. The two of them were about to refuse when Yang Kai added, "I have a lot of these things, so don't hold back." Chang Qi and Howen glanced at each other before gratefully accepting the pill bottles. Tears were even threatening to form at the corners of their old eyes. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Both of them had served the Haiku family for most of their lives and contributed much during that time, yet now En was intent on driving them away while at the same time forcing them to offer up compensation. In contrast, they had only just agreed to join Yang Kai, yet the latter had handed them 8 bottles of pills without even blinking. The gap in treatment was as far apart as heaven and earth. Xianxia and Howen suddenly felt that leaving the Haika family and following Yang Kai might not be a bad thing. The sadness and loneliness they had been feeling these days fading away greatly. Also, take these Saint crystals. I heard that no one can circulate their secret art in the flame area to absorb world energy, as the heat itself is like poison. If one absorbs it, it will cause great harm. In order to restore one's strength, they can only rely on Saint crystals and pills. Yang Kai took out another space ring and tossed it over. This time they didn't try to refuse. But when Xianxia accepted this ring and swept the contents with his divine sense, he immediately called out in alarm, "This is too much." The space ring that Yang Kai gave them was the one that was handed to him by Jian a day ago, the one that had 500,000 Saint crystals inside. Xianxia had never even seen so many Saint crystals in his life and was so frightened he nearly dropped the ring. Yang Kai, however, just waved his hand. "I still have more Saint crystals. Hold on to those for now. Consider whatever you don't use up inside the flowing flame sand field as your hiring fee for agreeing to join Dragon Cave Mountain." An idea had suddenly emerged in Yang Kai's heart a moment ago. Now with Qian Tong on his side, and Yang Yan arranging a grand spirit array, Dragon Cave Mountain could be considered extremely safe, but in terms of available combat strength it was actually quite lacking. Among all the people living there, besides Yang Kai himself who had abnormal combat ability, the others weren't worth mentioning. Although Wu Yi and Yu Feng's were both first-order Saint Kings, and their aptitudes weren't bad, it would still take a long time for them to fully mature. Xianxia and Howen, on the other hand, were both third-order Saint Kings, and if they could break through to the origin returning realm, Dragon Cave Mountain would be able to add another strong layer of protection. Any origin returning realm cultivator was capable of using Sure, a power that could give even Yang Kai trouble. Asking these two to join Dragon Cave Mountain on the one hand was because Wu Yi had a good relationship with them, as well as their upright and loyal characters. But that was not all. He also wanted to add some powerful cultivators under him. These two foreign elders had remained in the Third Order Saint King for many years but had not been able to break through due to insufficient aptitude and resources. If Yang Kai provided them with an origin condensing pill though, breaking through shouldn't be an issue. However, the emerald silk grass required to refine origin condensing pills was quite rare and Yang Kai had already used up his only 2 stalks. It seemed that this time, Yang Kai would have to visit the treasure area of the flowing flame sand field to see if he could find some emerald silk grass. If there was some, that would be best, but if there weren't any, he could always just buy them. In any case, Yang Kai wasn't lacking Saint crystals. After arguing back and forth for a while, Yang Kai finally convinced Xianxia and Howen to accept the space ring. Yang Kai then began to explain to them everything he had heard about the flowing flame sand field from Wei Guchang. Although Xianxia and Howen had also obtained some information beforehand, it was not as complete as what Yang Kai knew, so both of them listened attentively, not daring to miss a word. Yang Kai was now thinking about whether Xianxia and Howen could follow the Shadow Moon Hall disciples and act together with them. After all, if they all moved together, their safety factor would improve significantly. Making 2 old fogies follow a crowd of young men and women might seem a little awkward, but age was also synonymous with wisdom and experience. Xianxia and Howen weren't weak and it wasn't impossible for them to provide assistance to Shadow Moon Hall's disciples. However, when he mentioned this idea, both Xianxia and Howen shook their heads and refused. This wasn't because they were concerned about their ages being too far apart from those of Shadow Moon Hall's disciples, but rather because their whole purpose in entering the flowing flame sand field was to seek out their own opportunities. Acting together with others wouldn't be ideal, as if they did, any benefits they obtained would have to be shared with the others in their group. The 2 of them didn't even plan on traveling together, having already decided to split up after entering the flowing flame sand field. Yang Kai thought about it and figured their plans had merit, so he didn't insist. 2 days later, Qian Tong gathered everyone around and distributed entry passes and the small Yuan magnetic compass artifacts. The flowing flame sand field was too large, and the sun, moon, and stars weren't visible from the inside. Once someone entered, it was almost impossible to maintain one's sense of direction. This Yuan magnetic compass was used to solve this problem. Wei Guchang had mentioned this to Yang Kai before, and after receiving it and fiddling around with it for a bit, he immediately understood how it worked. This compass was exquisitely refined so that no matter which way it or its owner turned, it would always point towards a specific location. With the help of such a guide, there was no need to worry about getting lost in the flowing flame sand field. Yang Kai carefully stored the Yuan magnetic compass in his space ring before sitting down cross-legged with Changqi and Haowen to meditate. Over time, the dark red energy curtain covering the flowing flame sand field became less opaque, while a number of unstable energy fluctuations burst out from inside its boundaries. Sensing this, everyone stood up as they understood that this forbidden zone was about to open. Full of enthusiasm and eagerness, many people turned to stare at the flowing flame sand field with anticipation, wondering to themselves just what benefits hid inside. Only the origin returning realm masters who had led their disciples here showed worried looks, because they knew the dangers of the flowing flame sand field better than anyone. Most of these origin realm masters had entered this place 400 years ago, and only after overcoming many dangers did they manage to return alive. Those origin realm masters who had not entered this place though had at least seen records about it in the records of their respective sects. Although they were worried, none of these origin realm masters revealed much more than a slight frown. They knew that if one wanted to obtain benefits, they had to pay a certain price, so even if it cost thousands of human lives, as long as the core disciples from their forces survived, they wouldn't care. Origin returning realm masters constantly flew over the heads of the crowd, shouting loudly to the Saint Kings who were about to enter the flowing flame sand field. Aside from encouragement, these masters were also warning them to remain cautious and to avoid conflict with others once inside. How many people would actually listen to these warnings was unknown, as, where there were benefits, there would be conflicts. Each time the flowing flame sand field opened, 20 to 30% of those who entered died as a direct result of competing for treasures with others. Half a day later, the unstable energy fluctuations from the flowing flame sand field suddenly subsided and the energy curtain went from dark to pale red, also becoming somewhat stable. There was also a section of the energy curtain that took the shape of a gate that was clearly lighter in color than the rest. The flowing flame sand field had officially opened. The elders from the various sects swiftly brought their disciples towards the entrance, and within moments, nearly 3,000 people had crammed together, pushing shoulders as they tried to be first to enter. More than a dozen third-order origin returning realm masters who were standing at the entrance saw these Saint Kings rush up and immediately released their shur. The whole world seemed to freeze over, with all the jostling Saint Kings going stiff, some of those with weaker strength even going pale as their clothes filled with sweat. The sensation of being suppressed by the layers of shur was quite uncomfortable. It was akin to feeling like one was no longer in control of their own life or death. "What are you all so anxious about?" A ruddy-faced old man flew up into the sky and swept his eyes over the crowd in a majestic manner, shouting loudly in the next instant, "Line up for this old master. You'll all enter one by one. Anyone who dares try to rush ahead will immediately have the entry rights taken away." After listening to these words, all the Saint Kings started to line up honestly. Fortunately, the entrance was not small and could accommodate 5 lines with ease. Following the instructions of the old master, everyone who entered the flowing flame sand field displayed their entry pass so the many origin realm masters could inspect them. Anyone who did not have a pass was denied entry. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. As soon as Yang Kai brought Changqi and Haowen to the end of a line, he heard Wei Guchang call out to him. Looking over, Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er standing in a separate line nearby. All the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall lined up behind them. "Brother Wei," Yang Kai smiled at him. "Brother Yang, I'll be sending out a general message through the communication artifact once everyone has entered. If you receive my message, it would be best if we could gather together. I also have a few junior brothers and junior sisters who will be accompanying me on this exploration. If we work together, we should be able to break through the flame area in short order," Wei Guchang said while pointing to a few people around him. The young men and women he pointed to were clearly also core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, and even if they weren't as good as Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er, they shouldn't have lagged too far behind. After hearing Wei Guchang's words though, many of these people wore puzzled and uncertain looks. Obviously they thought that if Yang Kai, a mere first-order Saint King, was really to act together with them, he would be nothing but a burden. They were all the elites of Shadow Moon Hall. Naturally, they didn't want to bring a stranger like Yang Kai along for free. Yang Kai simply nodded and replied, "Sure." Wei Guchang could tell he was just being perfunctory, but he didn't raise any fuss. He had noticed when chatting with Yang Kai the other day that the latter seemed intent on acting alone. The speed at which people entered was quite fast. After all, there were more than a dozen third-order origin returning realm masters standing around checking entry passes. After a divine sense swept their credentials, a cultivator could proceed to the entrance, and so the 3,000 Saint Kings were reducing at a rapid rate. Soon it was Yang Kai's turn. Holding his entry pass, Yang Kai allowed the surrounding origin returning realm master to inspect it with their divine senses, after which he heard Qian Tong's voice. "Nephew Yang, please be careful inside. No matter what, you must return safely." Yang Kai nodded slightly towards Qian Tong before walking straight through the entrance. A slight sense of dizziness then came over him, and by the time Yang Kai recovered, he found himself submerged in a stiflingly hot environment. All around him, waves of heat washed back and forth. The ground beneath his feet was also a kind of reddish-brown dirt that, as a result of being baked at high temperatures for years on end, had developed in a cracked crust. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. Some were as small as shallow gullies, while others were as large as canyons. As far as the eye could see, there were no signs of vegetation. Only chaotic stone hills and piles of earth hindered one's line of sight. Is this the flame area? Not using his Saint Chi to shield his body, Yang Kai felt a slight tingling sensation on his skin. Even with his incredibly tough physique, he could still feel some pain just from standing here. So other Saint Kings who entered this place would likely have to use their Saint Chi to protect themselves from the omnipresent heat. The world energy here contained a strange type of fire attribute energy that was akin to poison if one tried to absorb it. As such, cultivators could only use Saint crystals or pills to restore themselves. If one couldn't at least restore themselves as fast as they expended energy here, they would soon become exhausted and fall into danger. However, this slight tingling sensation didn't hinder Yang Kai at all. He could weather void storms with his bare skin, so this little bit of heat was not an issue. This was only the outer periphery though, so Yang Kai believed if he traveled deeper into the flowing flame sand field it would become progressively hotter. There was no way to find one's bearings in this place, and none of the cultivators who had walked through the entrance before him were anywhere to be seen. Obviously they had been sent to different locations than Yang Kai. While others may not have been able to tell, Yang Kai noticed that the space in his surrounding was a bit unstable. It was likely because of this instability that cultivators who passed through the same entrance appeared in different locations inside the flowing flame sand field. In front of him, a pale red flame-like aura was drifting about slowly. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were actually many of these auras floating nearby, almost like tiny spirits flying through the air, providing a somewhat interesting scenery. While observing his surroundings, Yang Kai felt a slight spatial fluctuation nearby and two figures soon appeared. Clearly, they were cultivators who had passed through the entrance after him. Both of these two were men, and before they had time to take in the sights around them, their faces changed dramatically as they felt the blistering heat. One of these two immediately pushed his Saint Chi to protect his body while the other, whose strength seemed higher, had not done so right away. However, the latter man quickly began sweating as a result. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly when he noticed that the cultivator who was using Saint Chi to shield himself was actually wearing a Shadow Moon Hall disciple uniform. After these two managed to stabilize themselves, they began looking around. Discovering that there were actually two others here, the look on the face of the disciple from Shadow Moon Hall changed slightly, especially when he saw Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across his eyes. This man didn't even try to greet Yang Kai though, and simply identified a direction and ran off. On the other hand, the other man looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, grinned, and called out sincerely, "Friend, are you interested moving together with me?" "No, I'm not interested," Yang Kai said indifferently. He didn't even want to move together with Wei Guchang, much less this man of unknown origin. The man didn't seem to think that Yang Kai would refuse him so flatly, rubbed his nose awkwardly but didn't push the issue, cupping his fists before also walking off. After walking far away, the man who invited Yang Kai to accompany him looked back, a strange expression upon his face as he muttered to himself. A first-order Saint King can stand the heat here without using his Saint Chi? How strange. Even he, a third-order Saint King, was having some difficulty coping with this environment. His clothes quickly become soaked in sweat. When he saw Yang Kai looking perfectly fine, on the other hand, he had sent out an invitation. Because he subconsciously felt that Yang Kai wasn't as simple as he seemed. However, the other party seemed a bit impersonal, simply declaring he wasn't interested before refusing to say any more. In this kind of place, a casual slip of the tongue could lead to one's death, so acting cautiously was for the best. Who knew what kind of character that first-order Saint King had? If he were to say something to annoy the other party, it might have even turned into a fight. The flowing flame sand field had last opened over 400 years ago, so it could be said that treasures were everywhere. What was most important right now was to search for benefits. After this man left, Yang Kai stood in place for a while, thinking that the voice of the cultivator who had just invited him sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. But Yang Kai was sure he hadn't met this person until now. How could he know the voice of someone he had never met? Thinking about it for a while but unable to come up with anything, Yang Kai put this issue aside and took out the Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring. There seemed to also be some divine sense fluctuations coming from the communication artifact. It should be Wei Guchang's message. Yang Kai examined this message and confirmed his suspicions. In fact, not only had Wei Guchang sent out a message, Dong Xianer and several other Shadow Moon Hall disciples were also exchanging messages, seemingly trying to determine each other's whereabouts and where to meet up. Yang Kai directly ignored these messages and threw the communication artifact into his space ring. Then he confirmed which way led deeper into the flowing flame sand field with the Yuan magnetic compass before departing. About 300 kilometers away from Yang Kai, Wei Guchang stood below a large mountain. This mountain was very conspicuous, and even if one was far away, they would be able to see a trace of its outline. He and several core disciples from Shadow Moon Hall had agreed to rendezvous here, believing that as long they weren't idiots they would be able to quickly find this place. Dong Xianer actually appeared the closest to him, so after a half cup of tea's time, she arrived first. "Senior brother!" Dong Xianer shouted happily as she landed, a pale blue halo surrounding her body. This halo was emitting a faint cold aura, completely isolating her from the surrounding heat. It was obviously created by the origin-grade low-rank defensive artifact Yang Yen had refined for her. Wei Guchang, like Yang Kai, did not immediately use any artifacts or Saint Chi to protect himself, standing tall in the hot air, even seemingly enjoying the temperature. After seeing Dong Xianer arrive, he immediately smiled mildly. "Senior brother, the few junior brothers and junior sisters who were supposed to accompany us to the treasure area all responded quickly, but senior brother Yang hasn't sent any reply. Could he have appeared too far away, outside the range of our communication artifacts?" Dong Xianer asked with some worry. "Probably not." Wei Guchang shook his head. "Our communication artifacts were refined by Grandmaster Gu Lin himself. The distance they can relay messages across is over 500 kilometers. There wasn't much time between when we and he entered, so even if we were all scattered, he should still be nearby." Brother Yang not responding is probably intentional. "Senior brother, do you mean senior brother Yang wants to act alone? He's not willing to join us?" Dong Xianer was also a beautiful and intelligent woman. Listening to Wei Guchang's words, she immediately understood Yang Kai's plan. "Those who are skilled like to adventure alone." Wei Guchang grinned. "Does senior brother want to act on his own as well? To wander about freely?" Dong Xianer asked faintly. Wei Guchang laughed. "Senior brother naturally wants to travel together with you. The two of us love and understand one another. So spending time with each other, even in this forbidden zone, naturally makes me happy." Hearing what he said, Dong Xianer couldn't help spitting out her tongue cutely, but even that couldn't hide the happiness on her face. However, Wei Guchang soon snorted coldly. "Of course, if it were possible, I'd rather it just be the two of us, but there's no way we can do that. Marshal Uncle Wang and Marshal Uncle Yen specifically ordered me to take good care of those junior brothers and junior sisters, so I can't just leave them behind. It's truly ridiculous. When I invited Brother Yang before, all of them were obviously dissatisfied. How could they understand Brother Yang's true strength? I would rather go travel together with Brother Yang than have to look after those burdens. When you belong to a sect, there are always some unsatisfactory responsibilities one needs to deal with. Senior brother shouldn't let it bother him. Dong Xianer comforted softly. This was Dong Xianer's greatest strength, and what Wei Guchang liked most about her. She could always find the right words and the right timing to soothe his heart. Every time he fell into a foul mood, she only needed to say a few words to calm him down immediately. Of course I understand. Forget it. Let's not discuss it any further. They should be arriving soon. It'll be bad if they heard. Wei Guchang smiled and shook his head, instead discussing what course and direction they should take next with Dong Xianer. At this moment, Yang Kai was encountering his first fire spirit beast. He had thought that fire spirit beasts would be the same as monster beasts, easy to discover. So he had been searching around ever since he entered, eager to see what kind of strange being this creature unique to Flowing Flame Sandfield was like. On top of that, he was interested to learn what was so special about that fire crystal stones these creatures carried. With no clue where to find fire spirit beasts, Yang Kai had simply been searching randomly when suddenly a burst of fire came from the ground beneath his feet, and a fiery tiger-like fire spirit beast appeared in front of him. Yang Kai didn't rush to attack and observed it carefully. Just as Wei Guchang had said before, this fire spirit beast's body seemed illusionary and ethereal, its aura perfectly matched with the atmosphere inside the Flowing Flame Sand field. So even though Yang Kai had been incredibly vigilant, he hadn't detected it until it leapt from the crack beneath him. This tiger-like fire spirit beast looked weak and fragile though, probably as strong as a fifth-order monster beast at best. Fifth-order monster beasts were equivalent to human race immortal ascension boundary cultivators. In fact, this creature didn't even have a complete body, only a majestic tiger head and half a body, while the rest was only a ball of fire. Yang Kai was immediately disappointed. Seeing this tiger-like fire spirit beast take the initiative to attack, Yang Kai simply threw out a casual punch, Saint Chi spewing from his fist. In a burst of flame, the tiger-like fire spirit beast disappeared and a dark red grain of sand replaced it. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. Was this the fire crystal stone he had heard about? Even if Yang Kai was seeing it for the first time, he was able to recognize it at a glance as Wei Guchang had enthusiastically described it to him. However, this thing was too small, and while the aura contained in it was pure enough, the amount it had stored was quite pitiful. Yang Kai casually circulated his Saint Chi and absorbed the energy inside it clean, shaking his head with dissatisfaction. Yang Kai estimated that the size of the fire crystal stone should be directly related to the level of the fire spirit beast. The higher the level of fire spirit beast, the larger the fire crystal stone would be. This sand-sized fire crystal stone was just the crystal of a fifth-order fire spirit beast. Sixth-order, seventh-order, and eighth-order first crystal stones may be different. The outermost region of the flame area posed no challenge to him, so Yang Kai quickly lost interest in carefully investigating it. Concentrating for a moment, a burst of wind and thunder manifested, and a pair of beautiful wings suddenly opened behind Yang Kai. These wings were somewhat transparent and faint arcs of lightning rippled across them. It was the wind and thunder wings that Yang Kai had not used for a long time. Back on Tongxian Realm, the wind and thunder wings had helped him many times, but after obtaining the Star Shuttle Flight type artifact, the usefulness of the wind and thunder wings had gradually decreased. After arriving in the star field, he had never used his wind and thunder wings again. Yang Kai hadn't expected they would come in handy in such a place. Injecting Saint Chi into his wind and thunder wings, the intensity of the wind and thunder increased, allowing Yang Kai's speed to soar as he transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from where he once stood. Yang Kai looked pleased. He found that his conjecture was actually correct. Although star shuttles couldn't be used and cultivators couldn't fly inside the Flowing Flame Sandfield, his wind and thunder wings were usable. As long as he didn't leave the ground, he wouldn't receive any kind of suppression. However, once Yang Kai tried to fly, an incredible pressure would force him back down. After a few fruitless attempts, Xianxia gave up and simply relied on the wind and thunder wings to improve his running speed. This forbidden zone was quite strange. Xianxia couldn't tell what kind of profound laws of heaven and earth were at work here, but the number of restrictions they applied wasn't small. Along the way, Xianxia didn't meet anyone, as if he was the only one exploring this huge flowing flame sand field. Of course, he knew that this was just an illusion. The flowing flame sand field was simply too large. As a giant circular boundary, the outermost layer was obviously broader, meaning there was less of a chance of running into people, but as he dove further inside, the chances of him encountering other cultivators would naturally increase. After all the elites gradually migrated towards the center regions, meetings with others would become commonplace and conflicts would also start occurring. Fire spirit beasts were indeed a common existence in this flame area. As Xianxia hurried along, from time to time, one or two fire spirit beasts of varying strength would pop up from the cracks in the ground. Some of these beasts tried to hinder his progress while others were simply wandering about. Xianxia didn't have any interest in killing these 5th or 6th order fire spirit beasts, so for the most part he ignored them. The further he went, the higher the ambient temperature became. Not only did the temperature rise though, causing the stinging sensation on Xianxia's skin to become stronger, but even the fire poison contained in the air also became more potent. Through Xianxia's pores, this poison slowly began seeping into his body, hindering his physical functions and the circulation of his Saint Qi. This fire poison was incredibly resilient, and even if Xianxia circulated his secret art, he couldn't refine it. If he continued allowing it to accumulate, it would pose a significant danger, so Xianxia could only force it out of his body. As the temperature and heat increased, Xianxia was forced to use his Saint Qi to protect his body while simultaneously resisting the intrusion of the fire poison. 3 days later, Xianxia arrived at the mouth of a mountain valley-like area. During these 3 days, he had been hurrying along, and with the help of his wind and thunder wings, his speed was much faster than others. Besides spending some effort to kill an 8th order fire spirit beast, nothing else of note had happened. That 8th order's fire spirit beast had solidified to a certain extent, and when it suddenly emerged from the cracks in the ground, it really surprised Xianxia. If it wasn't for his rapid response, and the speed boost his wind and thunder wings provided him, this sneak attack might have injured him. It was at that point that Xianxia realized the real threat of fire spirit beasts weren't their strength, but their ability to perfectly integrate into the environment of the flowing flame sand field. As long as they did not appear of their own accord, cultivators wouldn't be able to find them. However, when one did appear, they would immediately launch a deadly sneak attack. 8th order fire spirit beasts were equivalent to Saint Kings, and if it had been any other cultivator, that sneak attack would have claimed their life. Fortunately, Xianxia managed to kill it and acquired a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon egg for his efforts. This piece of fire crystal stone was far larger than the one he first obtained, and its value was certainly not low. As long as an alchemist or artifact refiner perfectly integrated the purifier aura contained inside this fire crystal stone into the pill or artifact they were refining, they could improve the grade and quality of that pill or artifact. This small harvest pleased Xianxia, and he couldn't help wanting to search for other 8th order fire spirit beasts to kill. After all, he was an alchemist. This thing was quite useful to him. Inside the mountain valley, Xianxia used his divine sense to cover a 300-meter radius around him to guard against sneak attacks from powerful fire spirit beasts. The terrain here was strange. In all directions there were bare mountains, and the whole mountain valley itself looked like a giant pit. This valley was also quite large, and from the entrance, one could not see the end, only an endless expanse of crisscrossed gullies and cracked crevices, almost like a deep abyss that made one shudder at the mere sight. Xianxia, however, didn't care and promptly used his wind and thunder wings to continue deeper into the valley. He and Wei Guchang had the same idea, to rush to the treasure area as soon as possible and collect some spirit grasses and spirit medicines before others arrived en masse. Once the elites from all the great sects made their way over, there would be fewer chances to obtain good things. Everyone should be hurrying right now, but with his wind and thunder wings, Xianxia had a big advantage. Half a day later, Xianxia reached the interior of the mountain valley, but surprisingly, He had not encountered a single fire spirit beast along the way. Earlier, no matter how good his luck was, Xianxia would run into at least one or two fire spirit beasts every hour. But now half a day has passed without any fire spirit beasts appearing, making him feel quite puzzled. It was as if this mountain valley was some kind of restricted area that fire spirit beasts wouldn't enter. Xianxia was pleased with this development though and simply continued onwards. But all of a sudden, Xianxia's face changed as he instantaneously dodged to the side. Just now, his divine sense had detected traces of abnormal energy fluctuations. This type of energy fluctuation was something he was now quite familiar with, as it was a sign that fire spirit beasts underground were about to launch an attack. Sure enough, the instant after he dodged, the place Xianxia had originally been standing was set upon by a number of different shaped and different leveled fire spirit beasts. Xianxia didn't want to bother with them, he just wanted to keep moving. But before he could even come to a halt, more abnormal energy fluctuations appeared beneath his feet. Xianxia frowned and changed position again. A third set of energy fluctuations appeared. At the same time, in all directions, the whole mountain valley seemed to boil as chaotic flows of energy burst forth and streams of fire erupted from the cracked ground, transforming into various strange and grotesque fire spirit beasts. The number of flames which leapt from the earth were innumerable, and more were appearing in the distance with every breath. Xianxia's face finally changed. There was something off about this mountain valley. He never thought that so many fire spirit beasts would appear in a single location. This place was completely different from what he had imagined. Rather than a restricted area for fire spirit beasts, it was clearly their paradise. Who knew how many fire spirit beasts had gathered here? In just a few breaths, Xianxia found himself completely surrounded by fire spirit beasts, all of them eyeing him menacingly. Sweeping his surroundings with his divine sense, Xianxia's face sank. Tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts had filled the surrounding 1,000-meter radius around him alone. Although the majority of these fire spirit beasts were 5th or 6th order, there were some 7th order and 8th order ones mixed in. On top of that, more fire spirit beasts were arriving with every passing moment. Xianxia felt like he had accidentally broken a beehive, and the look on his face became extremely ugly. Since he couldn't fly, he could only kill his way out of this encirclement. But against so many fire spirit beasts, could he really do that? As Xianxia stood in a daze though, a beastly roar rang out and the fire spirit beasts surrounding him began their assault. All of them swarming towards him in large groups, baring their fangs and flashing their claws, as some even launched fire attribute energy attacks from a distance. Fireballs spewed from a number of fire spirit beasts' mouths, while others materialized arrows of flame that they shot towards Xianxia at speeds that split the air apart. Thankfully, these energy attacks could only be sent out by the 7th order fire spirit beasts. Xianxia also let out a war cry as he pushed his Saint Chi to its limits, condensing a giant demonic flame sword in his hand and swept it around fiercely, sending out a shocking sword wave that sliced apart any 5th or 6th order fire spirit beast it touched. Xianxia waved his hands again and sent out a dozen demonic flame spears in all directions, each one piercing the bodies of countless fire spirit beasts before gradually disappearing. Xianxia repeatedly displayed the profound heavenly sword and heaven-punishing spear, using these 2-9 heavens divine skills to slaughter the fire spirit beasts around him. If others had come across so many fire spirit beasts, even if they were in a large group, they would likely resign themselves to death immediately because there were simply too many of them. Even if most of these fire spirit beasts collapsed in a single blow, the amount of energy it would take to kill all of them was simply unfathomable. Before a cultivator could kill them all, they would likely run out of strength and simply be drowned in the sea of fire spirit beasts. Xianxia was different though. He never worried about how much strength was stored in his body. Before, he stored yang liquid in his dantian, but now that his Saint Chi had taken on the form of demonic flames, he directly stored it in his body. The amount of Saint Chi Xianxia possessed was hundreds or even thousands of times greater than any Saint King. Even origin-returning realm masters couldn't compare to him in this aspect. Recklessly releasing his own Saint Chi let these fire spirit beasts who were coming for his life understand that he wasn't some easily had prey. Soon, however, Xianxia frowned. When such a massive number of fire spirit beasts appeared just now, he had truly been startled for a while, but soon he actually became excited. because with so many fire spirit beasts, he could harvest an enormous amount of fire crystal stones. Even if the fire crystal stones from 5th order or 6th order fire spirit beasts weren't very useful, the ones from those at the 7th order and 8th order were different. Each one of these fire crystal stones could definitely be useful for alchemy or artifact refining. But now, Xianxia noticed a strange phenomenon. After these fire spirit beasts were destroyed by him, he discovered a fundamental difference between them and the fire spirit beasts outside the strange valley. They didn't have fire crystal stones in their bodies. After the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, Xianxia killed at least 305th and 6th order fire spirit beasts. He had even killed a dozen or so at the 7th order, but strangely, no matter order they were, after their bodies dissipated, not a single fire crystal stone appeared. Something was drastically wrong here. Xianxia only became more confused as he continued killing. But suddenly he set his sights on an 8th order fire spirit beast not far away. He wondered if the same thing would happen with this guy. The demonic flame sword in his had traced a wide arc, contaminating the fire spirit beasts around him with demonic flames, causing them to instantly collapse and dissipate. He then dashed out through the gap he had created and went straight towards the 8th order fire spirit beast. Before he even arrived, Xianxia hurled a heaven-punishing spear. This 8th order fire spirit beast actually possessed some skill and swiftly retreated into the herd, using the bodies of more than a dozen companions to resist the heaven-punishing spear, sending out a blast of flames from its mouth before Xianxia could launch another attack. Xianxia didn't even try to evade, condensing his Saint Qi in front of him and diving straight into this blast of flame, emerging on the other side a moment later and swinging down the demonic flame long sword in his hand. The 8th order fire spirit beast could not avoid this strike and was instantly decapitated. After suffering this blow, the 8th order fire spirit beast fizzled out of existence. Xianxia searched carefully but quickly found that no fire crystal stone had appeared. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help cursing out loud. There were countless fire spirit beasts trapping him here, but even after killing them, he didn't obtain a single thing. It was simply intolerable. If he could harvest a large number of fire crystal stones here, Xianxia would still feel that killing these fire spirit beasts was worthwhile, but with no prospective benefits, how could he retain any interest in slaughtering these creatures? After letting out an angry cry, a 100-meter-long dragon suddenly leapt out of Xianxia's body. It was the golden dragon tattoo on his back. However, after Xianxia poured his own unique Saint Qi into it, this golden dragon had become jet black, the demonic flame composing its body surging about as its giant pair of eyes swept over the herd of beasts. This black dragon shook its head and waved his tail as it rushed into the crowd of fire spirit beasts, rampaging as it destroyed wide swaths of them in short order. At the same time, Xianxia took out the purple shield refined for him by Yang Yen and used it to resist the attacks of the fire spirit beasts behind him. He also took out the 100 Mountains picture, which originally belonged to the Su family, and used the Phantom Mountains contained within to smash the fire spirit beasts in front of him. Xianxia's strength was much higher than Su Zhishan's was at that time, so while Su Zhishan was only able to reluctantly summon 6 mountain peaks, Xianxia was easily able to bring out 8 in an instant. While the 100 Mountains picture was a good artifact overall, it was most suited to mass killing. The 8 huge mountain phantoms look illusory and misty, but each one possessed the weight a mountain should. There was no need to add any additional force to them. Simply allowing them to fall from the sky was impactful enough. Being madly stimulated by Xianxia's Saint Qi, these giant mountains had already begun to give off traces of demonic flame. Soon, the entire mountain valley was shaking from the falling mountain peaks, with countless fire spirit beasts being smashed and dissipating with every breath. This was the first time Xianxia has used the 100 Mountains picture in battle, and he was quite satisfied with its killing power. At the very least, it was much faster at clearing out these fire spirit beasts than him using profound heavenly swords and heaven-punishing spears. Dismissing his demonic flame sword, Xianxia began focusing on releasing the power of the 100 Mountains picture. Hong hong hong. Thunderous noises echoed through the mountain valley as the very ground around it trembled. At the same time, from the direction Xianxia had come, a group of 3 people appeared at the mouth of the mountain valley. 2 of these 3 were 3rd-order Saint Kings, while the last was a 1st-order Saint King. The two third-order Saint Kings stood in front and behind the first-order Saint King cultivator, seemingly protecting him. When they came to the mountain valley, the cultivator who was walking in front suddenly stopped, a look of suspicion appearing on his face as he examined the scene in front of him. With him coming to stop, the two behind him naturally stopped as well, the cultivator in the rear immediately becoming vigilant, but the young man in the center, who was at least a head shorter than the other two, still wore a loose and aloof expression, as if he wasn't exploring the dangerous flowing flame sand field but was instead out for a casual stroll. After the lead cultivator spent a cup of tea worth of time examining the mountain valley, not showing any intention to continue forward, the short young man couldn't help shouting in annoyance. "Xiayong, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and move." The cultivator called Xiayong looked back at the young man and said, "Young master, please wait a moment. There's something off about this mountain valley." Saying so, he beckoned to the other third-order Saint King, and the two of them both went forward to investigate their surroundings more carefully, whispering to each other from time to time. Even after seeing them acting in such a serious manner, the young man just coldly snorted with dissatisfaction. "Aren't you two making too much of a fuss over nothing? This entire way we have not encountered anything slightly dangerous. Weren't all the fire spirit beasts that jumped out easily killed by this young master? It seems the rumors about the flowing flame sand field are all nothing but nonsense. All that talk about it being dangerous instead must have been spread to frighten away those ignorant fools." "Humph. Unfortunately those fools can't scare this young master." This young man was none other than the Xiahong one who had grievances with Yang Kai. The other two third-order Saint King cultivators were naturally disciples the Xia family had sent to protect him. Qian Tong had previously told Yang Kai specifically that these two cultivators weren't from Shadow Moon Hall. After hearing Xia Hongwen's words, Xia Yong and the other cultivator looked at each other and shook their heads secretly. They also knew that Xia Hongwen had been used to riding roughshod, never encountering the slightest inconvenience, so naturally he didn't understand the dangers of the outside world. On top of that, they truly hadn't encountered anything too dangerous these past few days. So Xia Hongwen was now underestimating this place. Although the two of them had also never entered the flowing flame sand field before, since this was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden zones, it was undoubtedly dangerous. If someone else had said these words, these two wouldn't even bother to pay attention to them. If because they let their guard down they died, then that would be that. Unfortunately, the two of them were responsible for protecting Xia Hongwen's safety, and if he were to die because of his own carelessness, even if they survived and returned to the Xia family, they would certainly have grim futures. The other square-faced cultivator felt that it was necessary to explain to Xia Hongwen and said seriously, "Young master, this is still the outermost edge of the flowing flame sand field, and we were lucky to have only met some 5th or 6th order fire spirit beasts. With young master's divine might, killing them was naturally easily." Listening to this praise, Xia Hongwen's look of impatience eased a lot, puffing out his chest and holding his head high as if to say that beneath the heavens only I am supreme. The cultivator then continued, "But young master, you must not take this place too lightly. It's still fine if we just encounter 5th or 6th order fire spirit beasts, but there are also 7th order and 8th order ones out there." After hearing this, Xia Hongwen narrowed his eyes and stared at the square-faced cultivator, sneering. "Xiayun, it is you who is underestimating this young master, with all the artifacts on this young master, as well as his exquisite divine abilities, let alone 7th order or 8th order. Who cares if even 9th order fire spirit beasts appear? This young master can still easily kill them. This young master is most afraid he will not be able to meet those so-called high-order fire spirit beasts. Quickly find a few of them for this young master, so you can bear witness to this young master's might." He couldn't wait to prove himself. Xiayong and Xiayun were calm on the surface, but in their heads they were cursing out Xia Hongwen with all they could. The two of them had heard that Xia Hongwen was an idiot, but it wasn't until now that they realized the rumors were drastically understating the stupidity of this young master. He was a trivial first-order Saint King, let alone kill a 9th order fire spirit beast. Even a 7th order or 8th order could easily kill him, yet he still insisted on so shameless boasting. There was no way to reason with such a fool, so Xiayun and Xiayong stopped even trying. They just wanted to make Xia Hongwen satisfied, and not hold them accountable for staying here. While nodding repeatedly, "You may rest assured, as long as this young master can get his revenge this time, when we return, I will have my father report your great deeds to the patriarch. The benefits you receive won't be small." Xiayun and Xiayong's eyes brightened as they both nodded. They had only taken this job because Xiahongwen's father, Xieli, had promised them a huge reward of 300,000 Saint crystals per person after they succeed. If not for such generous compensation, why would they have accompanied Xiahongwen to the flowing flame sand field? What's more, the family wouldn't ask them to turn over the gains they made in the flowing flame sand field. As for how much they could harvest, that was up to them. A few months ago, when the Xia family first announced this mission, countless Xia family disciples boiled with enthusiasm, with Xiayong and Xiayun eventually becoming the ones to win the right to participate. They also knew that the one Xiahongwen wanted to seek revenge upon was just a first-order Saint King cultivator named Yang Kai. According to Xiahongwen, Yang Kai was nothing more than an uncivilized, arrogant weakling who wasn't even capable of beating him in a fair fight and had only forced him to withdraw with the help of Elder Qian Tong. Xiayong and Xiayun certainly didn't believe such nonsense. There was no such thing in this world as a Saint King Xiahongwen could defeat, even if it was only one who had just broken through. Defeating trash like Xiahongwen for such a person would still be child's play. The two of them had learned the truth from Xieli. The young man called Yang Kai, despite his low cultivation, was capable of killing third-order Saint Kings, a so-called genius cultivator, an elite who could fight and defeat others far above his own realm. However, Xiayong and Xiayun were also elites, among the best disciples in the entire Xia family. They had absolute confidence in killing cultivators like Yang Kai. "Are you sure that waste went this way?" Xiahongwen suddenly asked. "Why is it that after chasing him for a few days we haven't seen him? Is this the wrong direction?" Xiayong grinned and proudly said, "Young master need not worry. This is definitely the path he took. No one can escape from my pursuit." It was precisely because Xiayong was good at tracking, along with his high combat abilities, that he was able to stand out from all the other Xia family disciples and win this assignment. After determining the location where Yang Kai entered, the three of them had gathered with the help of their communication artifacts and begun tracking Yang Kai's footsteps. "Why haven't we found him yet then?" Xiahongwen asked, puzzled. "Because he entered this mountain valley." Xiayong pointed forward. Xiahongwen immediately looked pleased. "Really? I'm certain. What are you waiting for then? Hurry up and follow him. I want him dead." Xiahongwen shouted before quickly shaking his head. No. First we need to capture him so this young master can torture him well. Simply killing him would be letting him off too easy. I'll make him experience a life worse than death. Young master, perhaps there's no need for us to even act anymore." Xiayong said with a strange expression. "What do you mean?" Xiahongwen squinted at him. Xiayong smiled faintly. "Since he entered this mountain valley, even if he has 10 lives he would still have died. There's no need for us to follow him any further. He can never walk out of this mountain valley alive. In fact, he's probably dead already." "Why? How do you know?" Xiahongwen became even more confused. Xiayun also smiled and explained. "Before we came here, the patriarch gave us some information about the flowing flame sand field, and this mountain valley was also mentioned. It seems that the last time the flow flame sand field opened, one of our Xia family seniors also arrived here, but less than an hour after entering this mountain valley, he suddenly noticed that there were countless fire spirit beasts gathered inside, surrounding and killing a group of people. That group was completely composed of elite cultivators from a great force, and their number was no less than 30. At that time, the situation was incredibly dangerous, so the senior of our Xia family did not want to get involved and quietly exited the mountain valley. Afterwards, when the flowing flame sand field closed, he asked around and learned that no more than 30 cultivators he saw trapped in this mountain valley survived. None of them even reached the treasure area. They all fell in this mountain valley? Xiahongwen's face changed slightly. Unlike when he was bragging just a moment ago, when he thought about facing countless fire spirit beasts, he couldn't help going pale. It's true, those cultivators all perished in this mountain valley, and the reason they fell was only known to that senior of our Xia family. In other words, besides our Xie family, no one else has any information about this mountain valley. Since that Yang Kai entered, naturally it is impossible for him to survive. I stopped just now because I had some doubts about this place, and after confirming with Xieyong, we've determined that the terrain here is exactly the same as the information left by our Xie family senior. That is to say, this is the exact mountain valley he entered 400 years ago. After hearing this, Xie Hongwen stomped his foot fiercely and sighed. Damn it! Why did he die like this? This young master wanted to capture him alive. Being unable to kill Yang Kai personally made him sigh with regret. As soon as Xie Hongwen's words came to an end, the three of them suddenly heard a booming sound coming from inside the mountain valley. The source of the sound seemed to be quite far away, but it was still extremely clear in their ears. On top of that, the ground beneath their feet seemed to shake slightly with each sound. Xie Yun and Xie Yong looked at each other and couldn't help showing slightly surprised looks. Although they didn't see for themselves what was happening, being able to feel the fallout this far away showed just how terrifying the battle taking place in the depths of the mountain valley was. Xie Hongwen, on the other hand, thought about it for a moment before letting out a cry of joy. Could it be that piece of trash? Xie Yong frowned and answered hesitantly. It should be, after all. He was the only person who walked this way. He should be surrounded by fire spirit beasts right now. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. The heavens are helping this young master. Xie Hongwen laughed wildly and waved his hand. Let's go in and see. This young master must see that bastard die without burial, otherwise, I won't be able to soothe the hatred in my heart. Young master. The faces of Xie Yong and Xie Yun changed greatly, the former hurriedly urging. This mountain valley is definitely a restricted area inside the flowing flame sand field. One can enter but not leave. Since that person has already waked inside, he will die without doubt. Why should we take on any unnecessary risk? It doesn't matter if something happens to us too, but if any harm were to come to young master. Xie Yong knew that Xie Hongwen most liked listening to flattery, so he tried to persuade him this way instead of trying to forcefully stop him, as doing so would definitely just lead to Xie Hongwen resenting him. Sure enough, Xie Hongwen also felt there was some truth in these words, but a look of unwillingness still filled his face. Compared to those invisible dangers, he was more interested in seeing how Yang Kai died. All his life, no one had dared to shame him like Yang Kai, much less threaten his life. Xie Hongwen often felt like he was sleeping on pins and needles, filled with grief and indignation towards that old bastard Qian Tong. At that time, instead of avenging him, he was clearly favoring that damn outsider Yang Kai, even acting all polite to him. Xie Hongwen swore that sooner or later, he would make Qian Tong pay for this insult. Xie Hongwen's way of thinking was truly warped. Last time, Qian Tong had saved his life from Yang Kai, yet not only was he not grateful, but he was even holding a grudge against Qian Tong. Remembering all this, the anger in Xie Hongwen's heart flared up and his desire to see Yang Kai die a miserable death could not be suppressed. His expression became firm as asked, "If we just watch from afar, there should be no problem, right?" Xie Yong was shocked and was just about to persuade him again, but Xie Hongwen quickly cut him off. "Since my Xie family's senior was able to retreat without suffering any harm, there's no reason we can't as well, or do you two not have any confidence in yourselves? If that's the case, you can stay here, this young master will go in alone. Just don't expect to collect those 300,000 Saint crystals when this is all over." Was this even a choice? Xie Yong and Xie Yun immediately became anxious. The only reasons they had accepted the task of protecting Xie Hong were those 300,000 Saint crystals, and the benefits they could obtain inside the flowing flame sand field. If they couldn't obtain those 300,000 Saint crystals, their gains from this trip would be cut in half. For a moment, Xie Yong and Xie Yun hesitated. The danger of this mountain valley was something they knew better than anyone. Before coming here, Xieli had told them clearly that they must not enter this mountain valley. Xieli naturally wasn't worried about their safety, but rather that they wouldn't be able to protect Xie Hongwen. If something were to happen to Xie Hongwen, neither of them would be able to survive. But now, with Xie Hongwen acting so obstinate, they couldn't refuse. Seeing the two of them still look hesitant, Xie Hongwen snorted and added, As long as you can take me in and allow me to watch that bastard die from afar, after going back, I will personally give you some benefits. And the two of you shouldn't be qualified to learn the Xia family's Azure palm, right? About this martial skill, this young master knows a thing or two. Hearing the words Azure palm, Xie Yun and Xie Yong hesitation disappeared. Looking at each other, their intentions were clear. Xie Hongwen continued struck while the iron was hot. You need not worry, we just need to watch from a distance. This young master doesn't want you to go up and kill him. After he dies, we will immediately leave the mountain valley. Xie Yong sighed heavily and looked at Xie Yun and asked, "What do you think?" Xie Yun frowned for a moment before helplessly replying, "What else can we do?" They had no other choice but to do as Xie Hongwen's words. Although listening to him would mean taking a risk, the benefits they would obtain would be greater. There was no other way than accepting Xie Hongwen's proposal, unless they didn't want any benefits at all. The two reached an agreement and Xie Yong nodded. "Good, young master, we will take you there, but you must promise not to act recklessly. If we notice anything wrong, we will immediately take you away. Please agree to this, young master." "Fine, I agree. Now enough nonsense. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, that bastard will die before we get there," Xie Hongwen urged impatiently. With no other choice, the two Xie family cultivators could only continue to protect Xie Hongwen as they headed deeper into the mountain valley. As they moved forward, the shaking of the mountain valley grew more and more intense. In the beginning, Xie Yong was still acting cautiously and moving slowly, but with Xie Hongwen constantly pestering him, plus there not seeming to be any danger around them, he couldn't help speeding up. After half a day, the trio saw a reddish glow from a distance. These fiery red lights were clearly different from the ambient color of the flowing flame sand field, and all seemed to be gathered into a single large fire-filled area. Taking a closer look, they realized this wasn't the light of a fire at all. Clearly, it was a massive amount of fire spirit beasts which had gathered together to seemingly attack someone they had surrounded. From time to time, huge illusionary mountain peaks flew up from the center of this horde of fire spirit beasts before pounding down fiercely. Each time one of these mountains fell, the earth would tremble fiercely. Xie Yong and Xie Yun were both shocked. Although the two of them had received information from Xieli that there were countless fire spirit beasts in this mountain valley, they didn't realize just how exaggerated this matter was until they saw it with their own eyes. No wonder 400 years ago more than 30 elites from that great force had been annihilated here. With so many fire spirit beasts swarming about, even if an origin-returning realm master were to rush in, they wouldn't be able to survive. Not to mention only Saint Kings were able to enter the flowing flame sand field. Xie Hongwen's performance was even more unbearable. He was used to running his mouth and acting superior to others, but after seeing the sea of fire spirit beasts, he couldn't help feeling faint, his face paling as his legs froze up, refusing to move. "Hide!" Xie Yong swiftly caught Xie Hongwen and pulled him behind towards a few several dozen meters tall hills nearby. At the same time, he summoned an artifact that created an invisible barrier around the trio, isolating their auras. Climbing up one of the hills, the trio carefully looked over towards the battle and were astonished by what they witnessed. There must have been tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts in front of them, and both Xie Yong and Xie Yun were certain that, if they were the ones surrounded by this horde, they would be dead within a cup of tea worth of time. But this cultivator named Yang Kai, even surrounded like this, was still engaged in a fierce battle. It had been more than half a day since the three of them first heard the violent rumblings and rushed to this place. After such a long time, how much Saint Chi would be consumed to use the artifact which was creating those giant mountain shadows? How was he restoring himself? How many fire spirit beasts had he killed? As soon as one of the illusory mountains fell, all the fire spirit beasts beneath it disappeared. What shocked them even more though was that after the three of them spent another 2 or 3 hours hiding behind this hill, such reckless slaughter had continued without the slightest signs of abating. Yang Kai was still surrounded by fire spirit beasts, but he showed no signs of exhaustion. Odder still, though, was that the number of fire spirit beasts surrounding Yang Kai did not seem to decrease no matter how many he killed, always maintaining a strange kind of balance. This strange battle seemed as if it would until the end of the world. Why isn't he dead yet? Xia Hongwen muttered impatiently. The person in front of him, surrounded by fire spirit beast, was no doubt the Yang Kai he hated so much. After arriving here, Xia Hongwen had thought Yang Kai would immediately die, but even now this bastard was alive and well, frustrating Xia Hongwen greatly. He's amazing, Xia Yong praised sincerely. Although they knew that Yang Kai was an elite, they had thought that because his realm wasn't high, even if he was some kind of genius, his true combat power would be limited. But now, Xia Yong discovered that he had completely underestimated this young man. If he were to fight him alone, Xia Yong had no confidence he would win. Xia Yun, kill him for me now. This young master can't wait anymore. Suddenly, Xia Hongwen shouted loudly. Both Xia Yong and Xia Yun were chosen by Xie Li for this task because of their unique abilities. The former was proficient in tracking. As long as it was not an origin realm master, he could find some clues to trace them. Almost no one could escape his pursuit. His ability to find someone in a place like the flowing flame sand field was essential. Xia Yun, on the other hand, had a different kind of ability, a certain death strike. Against an elite like Yang Kai, sneak attacks were undoubtedly the best option, and this was Xia Yun's strongest point, which was why he was also selected. After hearing Xia Hongwen's words, Xia Yun shook his head and lowered his voice. No, young master. There is no problem hitting him from this distance, but that guy is surrounded by too many fire spirit beasts. Moreover, that purple shield behind him is a powerful defensive artifact. I can't guarantee a one-hit kill under these circumstances. Even if he were to attack now, he would only be able to wound Yang Kai at best. If they couldn't kill him in a single blow, rather than alerting him to their presence, it would be best to wait. Xia Yun was also concerned about disturbing the horde of fire spirit beasts, causing them to be the next ones surrounded. He and Xia Yong didn't have the ability to kill tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts. Then what are we supposed to do? Xia Hongwen asked in an aggravated tone. His hated enemy was alive and well in front of him, yet he couldn't find an opportunity to exact his much-sought revenge. This fact obviously annoyed him to no end. Please be patient, young master, Xia Yong smiled lightly. He has been fighting for so long, so even if he has some special method to restore himself in combat, it's impossible for him to continue maintaining his peak form. If those fire spirit beasts can kill him, that would be best. But even if he manages to kill his way through these fire spirit beasts, he will definitely wind up like an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, it won't be too late for Xia Yun to take his shot. Presumably, he won't even be able to put up any resistance at that time. For now, why doesn't young master just sit back and watch him desperately struggle? And it is indeed as you say. Xia Hongwen immediately showed a satisfied look as he stared towards Yang Kai, doing just as Xia Yong had said. Reveling in Yang Kai desperately cling to life. When Xia Yong and Xia Yun looked at each other, they saw the helplessness and ridicule in each other's eyes. Only an idiot like Xia Hongwen could be deceived so easily. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been fooled by such simple words. While the three of them continued to lie in ambush, Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the fire spirit beasts, was feeling extremely gloomy. He had actually not discovered he had been followed all the way to this mountain valley, and that his pursuers were quietly lying in wait for him atop a nearby hill, ready to attack at any moment. All of his energy at this moment was focused on this swarm of fire spirit beasts. He didn't have the spare energy to care about anything else. After nearly a full day of killing, he had still only managed to push forward about 10 kilometers. At this rate, if he wanted to kill his way out of this mountain valley, Yang Kai estimated it would take at least half a month. After half a month, the elites from the various big sects and families would have already broken through the flame area and entered the treasure area to collect spirit grasses and spirit medicines. At that point, what good things would he be able to obtain? However, he also understood that becoming anxious was useless now. Even though the strangeness of this mountain valley had far exceeded his expectations, the fire spirit beasts in this place were endless, and no matter how many he killed, none of them dropped any fire crystal stones. However, after such a long time, Yang Kai had finally noticed something amiss with these fire spirit beasts' behavior. Although they seemed to emerge from the cracks in the earth in all directions, they all seemed to be originating from one specific direction. It was as if something from that direction was able to endlessly produce new fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai spread his divine sense in that direction. If this were anywhere else, with his proficiency in the Tao of space, he could easily locate this unseen source, but inside this flowing flame sand field, his divine sense was so severely suppressed that it took quite some effort to try to find it. Fortunately, after half a day of investigation and observation, Yang Kai finally determined the location of the fire spirit beast source. It was a huge crevice. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai saw how flame-like snakes were constantly springing from this crevice and quickly making their way over towards Yang Kai along the other cracks in the ground, transforming into fire spirit beasts when they got close enough and proceeding to attack him. Having found the root of the problem, Yang Kai no longer entangled himself with the fire spirit beasts and in a flash, recalled all 8 illusionary mountain peaks, gathering them together before smashing them forward fiercely while the purple shield continued guarding his back. Black demonic flames surged in Yang Kai's palm, condensing into a giant sword that he viciously thrust forward. The fire spirit beasts in front of him were hit hard, and although it was difficult to tell, Yang Kai's strike just now had killed a large number of fire spirit beasts. The problem was that there were simply too many of them. Immediately after Yang Kai released this focused attack, a number of 6th and 7th order fire spirit beasts rushed in to claw at him, ripping his clothes to shreds, with some even managing to leave shallow scars on his body. As soon as they saw Yang Kai suddenly dart in the direction of the massive crevice, all the fire spirit beasts suddenly became even more frenzied and violent, the 7th and 8th order fire spirits beasts recklessly throwing themselves at him to block his path. Yang Kai put more strength into his charge, pushing the 8 illusionary mountain peaks in front of him while using his purple shield to guard his back. He did not need to worry about his defense. The demonic flame sword in his hand slashed through all the fire spirit beasts who were in his way, cutting them down as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. After finally arriving at the huge crevice, Yang Kai saw the same scene as he had previously with his divine sense investigation. From somewhere down inside this crevice, all the flame auras were flying upwards, each one of them soon transforming into a spirit beast to block his advance. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he leapt into the crevice, tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts chasing after him. This scene was not missed by Xie Wen's group, who were secretly observing from the nearby hill. They didn't know why Yang Kai suddenly jumped into a crevice and could only watch as the entire mountain valley turned quiet. The swarm of fire spirit beast from before all disappearing and the only roars now coming from that large crevice. What is he doing? Xie Wen frowned. I don't know, but he should come out soon. If he doesn't, it means he is dead. Xie Yun thought for a while before pointing to a hill which was closer to the crevice Yang Kai had disappeared into and saying, "Let's set up an ambush there. If he doesn't come out, it's fine. If he does, we can just kill him." From that position, even if it was an origin returning realm master, he wouldn't be able to avoid my certain kill strike. Good. Xie Wen saw Xie Yun being so proactive and quickly agreed. The group of 3 then quietly moving to the designated hill. Below ground, Yang Kai descended several thousand meters. His goal was simple, he just needed to search for the position where the streams of fire aura were originating from. He was quite interested in unraveling the mystery of this mountain valley, and how it could actually continuously spawn fire spirit beasts that did not have fire crystal stones. He had wasted an entire day here while consuming a massive amount of Saint Chi. So wouldn't it be too much of a waste if he didn't manage to fish some kind of benefit from this place? Whatever it was that was allowing these fire spirit beasts to continuously be created, it would certainly be rare and valuable. After descending quite a distance, killing numerous fire spirit beasts along the way, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He found that he had finally reached the source because, from a cave-like location, he saw many snake-like auras emerge, the same ones that were taking on the form of fire spirit beasts. Landing on a rocky outcropping, Yang Kai prepared to dive into this cave. At that moment, though, an unusual flame suddenly flew out from the cave. This flame aura was far richer and substantial than any Yang Kai had previously seen. This fire aura flickered and transformed mid-air, in the blink of an eye becoming a python-like fire spirit beast. 9th order. Yang Kai's face changed as he discovered to his amazement that this fire spirit beast was actually a complete physical entity, completely different from those at the 7th or 8th order. It was like a living python. This python materialized in an instant, attached itself to the rock wall, then opened its great maw towards Yang Kai and spat out a red beam of light. Even before this beam of light reached him, Yang Kai felt an incredible and unstoppable heat, forcing him to hurriedly defend himself with his Saint Chi. At the same time, a loud dragon roar rang out and the black dragon appeared once again. The golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's back contained the aura of an ancient true dragon. So how could a trivial python compare to it? Above snakes were flood dragons, and above flood dragons were true dragons. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. The black dragon and the python fire spirit beast immediately clashed, causing the rock walls of the crevice to crack and collapse, sending them both falling further into the abyss. Yang Kai took this opportunity to leap into the cave, but what he saw inside caused his expression to drop once more. There were two other abnormal flame auras in front of him, both of them undergoing a metamorphosis that would seemingly transform them into 9th order fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. His black dragon could entangle one of them, but there was absolutely no way he could deal with 3 of them at the same time. If these 2 flame auras fully materialized, Yang Kai knew his only option would be to flee. Once he was forced to escape, all the hard work he had put into this little expedition would be wasted. Worse, he couldn't fly in this damned place, so even reaching the surface to escape might not be possible. Just as he was growing anxious, Yang Kai suddenly spotted a huge dark red stone. At that moment, Yang Kai's eyes were widened. This dark red stone exuded an aura exactly the same as that of the fire crystal stones he had collected before, but purity and density were on a completely different scale. The 8th-order fire crystal stone that Yang Kai obtained earlier was only the size of a pigeon egg, incomparable to the one in front of him. Comparing the two, that 8th-order fire crystal stone was simply trash. This dark red fire crystal stone was as big as a plate, and was simply sitting there not far from Yang Kai. Almost as if it were a conditioned reflex, Yang Kai sprang forward, grabbed this giant fire crystal stone, stuffed it into his space ring, then withdrew. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that these 2 9th-order fire spirit beasts had yet to form to escape from the cave. However, just before he left the cave, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that the 2 9th-order fire spirit beasts which were about to materialize had suddenly begun dissipating and soon disappeared altogether. A thought occurred to him at that moment and Yang Kai quickly became overjoyed. The python which was being tied down by his black dragon had also disappeared. Even the tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts which had been chasing him down were gone. Yang Kai suddenly understood what was going on. These fire spirit beasts were clearly generated from this plate-sized fire crystal stone, so no matter how many Yang Kai killed, he wouldn't be able to obtain any fire crystal stones, because their true core was inside this cave. Now that Yang Kai had thrown the plate-sized fire crystal stone into his space ring though, the fire spirit beasts it had spawned lost their source of power and naturally dissipated. After understand this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. This day's worth of work and delay had finally proven worthwhile. This massive fire crystal stone was enough to make this entire trip worthwhile. In fact, even if he was unable to obtain anything else, this expedition could already be considered a success. What's more, the flowing flame sand field had only opened a few days earlier and everyone was still rushing about inside. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be even better treasures to be had? Immensely satisfied, Yang Kai put away his 100 Mountains picture and recalled his black dragon before taking a breath. Today's long battle had caused him a great amount of consumption. Fortunately, the Saint Chi reserves in his body were incredibly large, so this kind of loss was still acceptable for Yang Kai. After resting in the cave just long enough to restore a bit of his physical strength and spiritual energy, Yang Kai began the long climb back up to the surface.